Hi there, welcome to another project tutorial. And in this project, we are going to build something special. Okay, so this is what we are going to build. Let me give you an overview. Okay, so I will log out and try it again. So I'll log in. Now you can create an account if you don't have an account, right? I mean, validations are working perfectly. Okay, so since I have an account, I will log in. And click on okay. So I think this spelling mistake here. I'll change it. Okay. So when you sign in, you see you meet this dashboard that we created, right? Okay, and you have your total balance, right? Overall total balance. You have your total income as well as the expense, right? And there is a chart showing the transactions over a year period, right? From January to December, as well as a summary for the income and expense. So the blue one is the income and the yellow is the expense, which is the same as these values here. Okay, and you also see the last transactions you made here, as well as the accounts you have, right? Great. So if I go to transactions, so you see your transactions here, you can filter with date, right? So if I click on this date, a filter, and there is no record for such date. Now, if you check one thing carefully, you can see that this date is 5th May. So this date cannot go below 5th May, right? It cannot go to 4th, meaning the date here cannot be lower than this, and the date here cannot also be higher than this, right? Because this is 16th, this one cannot also be more than 16th, right? It cannot go to 17th. You understand? Great. You can also search a particular transaction. So if I search for, you see that it's here. Great. Okay. So here you can make add payment, right? So you need to select the account. From which account are you adding the transaction, right? So I'll just put here YouTube, okay, and I put an amount, right? Then confirm. Then it goes through. So you see it's here. Great, right? We can also export it. So export this list into an Excel file. So you click on here and it has been downloaded, right? So you can open this in your Excel. So you see it's here. Great. Okay. So what again? Okay. You can also go to the various accounts, right? So you can create accounts. So I have created 3 accounts. So you just click on add account. Now I made it static, so there are only 4 accounts you can create: cash, crypto, paper, and debit or card, right? And I have added 3 already. So if I try to add cash again, right, you see that I get an info that cash, this account already been activated, right? So I can't create it again. Okay, so if I click on debit, meaning now I can create that, and an account has been generated for me. I can also put in an account number I want, right? Great. So then I can put in the initial amount. So let me put 100 and create an account. And then it has been added here, right? Okay, so I can also top up or add cash, right? So let me add 500. So I click, and now it has been increased. I can also transfer money. So let me transfer from PayPal to here, right? Okay, so I click on, you see there is a dot here, right? There is okay, so you see this dot here. I click on it, transfer money, right? I'm transferring from PayPal to which account? To I want to put it into crypto. Yes. Okay. How much am I transferring? Let me put 1,000. Right. Great. And I just click on it. And you see now, what is it? Yes. So now you see crypto has been increased and this has been decreased, right? Great. And if I go to transactions, I should see that you see there was a transfer from paper to crypto, right? And I received from paper to crypto, right? Okay, great. So that's how you do it. You can create an account or add. Okay, then you can also go to settings here. In settings here, you can, change your name, right? Yes, but you can change the email, right? You can add your contact. And you can also add country, right? So the country you select determines which currency you use, right? So I am using Ghana. So you see that if I go to the accounts, you can see that the monies are in Ghanaian city here, right? So if I change this, right, I can change this to, let's say I change this to Nigerian Naira, Algerian. You see that this one has also changed, right? Okay, great. And you can, then you just have to click on save, as well as you can also change your password here, right? I don't want to change my password. Okay, great. So then you click here to log out, right? Great. Now the app also has dark theme, right? So just click on this, then you have a dark theme here, right? Great. Great. So when it comes to this list here, you can even view the transaction, right? So you can click to view here. You click to view, and you view the details, right? So whether it was successful, you see this, and you see the details as well as the date and time and the amount. If it's plus, means that it was an income. If it's minus, right? And so let me look for one. So if you see minus, means it was what? An expense, right? Great. So these are the couple of things, and this is so the status here, whether it's was rejected or true, right? Great. Now the app is also fully responsive. So if I go to mobile, right? Great. So you have it here like this, right? Great. Great. Everything works perfectly. You can click here, go to dashboard, and you can see that it's fully responsive. You go here, you come to account, it is here, right? Great. You go here and you come to settings, also responsive, right? You can click here to go home. Great. So basically this is what we are going to do, right? Okay, so don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in the project. Okay, so let's continue. So in this, we are going to set up our project, and we'll be using Vite to create the app, right? Vite. Okay, so if you haven't watched the first part where we created the dashboard, we use Vite. So we use Vite, right? Instead of the normal create React app, you can also use the normal create React app. Okay, so we use Vite, right? And if you go to the installation, the command is just simple. So we can just copy this, right? And we will also use tailwind CSS. So just go to tailwind CSS, right? Click on search and search for Vite, right? Search for Vite. Search for Vite, and yes, so install tailwind CSS with Vite, right? And we'll use now in this we'll use Postgres, right? Postgres database. That's what we're gonna use, and we'll use this PG, node Postgres, right, to connect to our database, right? And the command is just simple like this, right? Okay, so this is what we use, right? There are various ways you can connect, whether to use the client or the pool. So we'll use the pg.pool. We'll use that method to connect. Okay. And you need to download this PG admin so you can connect to your database, right? Great. And perform the operations like create the tables. Okay. And we'll create the database from render here, right? Render here. That's where we'll create our Postgres database. You can use any platform you have, and we'll use Zostan to manage our state, right? Okay. So in this, we're gonna start from the back end, right? Okay. So first, let's create the database. So log into your render account and click on new, right? And select Postgres. Postgres, right? So we need to give a name. So I will say expense, let me say pen, okay, let me just say expense tracker. Okay, so I'll just say expense tracker. The database name, maybe it should also be the same. Okay, then let me change this to pen stack expense. Okay, so you can give a username or it can be optional. The database can also be optional, right? So maybe I'll put CodeWave, it can be optional. Okay, the region, I will leave it to default, right? The Postgres version should be the latest 16. Okay, great. And this also optional. And just select the free version. And there is a note here that you need to take care of, that the free instance, right, do not support backup, right? And I think after 90 days or so, it will be deactivated. Deactivated means you cannot access it again. Okay, and with the free plan, you can only create one Postgres database at a time. So if you have one already, you have to delete it and create new. Okay, so access will be access to these features. I mean, this database will be paused, right, or deactivated after some days. Okay, but I mean, we can use it for testing purpose and just click on create. Okay, so I'll click. Okay, so now we have our details here, right? We have the details of our database here. Okay, so when you go down here, you see that you have the host name, the port, the default port, the database name, your password, and the other information, right? They are all here. Okay, great. And you can also delete it from here. Okay, so now let's go into. Okay, so I will create. Let's start our app. So I have created a folder here known as Penstack, right? Penstack expense app, which is empty. So I will just drag this folder, right? I'll drag this folder into an empty Visual Studio Code like this. Okay. And you can see it's still empty. Then I'll go to here and open my terminal, right? New terminal. Okay, so we're going to start with the back end first, right? Okay, so I'll just create a folder as backend, right? And make sure you cd into backend. Okay, so you go into the backend, and here we're going to run npm init, and I'll just put -y flag to kind of skip all the questions, right? Okay, so it has been created. If you go inside, you see that we have this, right? Okay, so we will need to install our packages. What are the packages we're going to use? If you remember, I said it. So okay, so the packages are so we're going to install Express, right? We install bcrypt to hash our password, course.env, JSON token, a JSON web token, and the PG, right? The PG I told you, this one, the PG I told you, right? No, this, right? Great. Okay. So we will install all of them, right? Okay. So whilst it is installing, right, we need to connect to our database and create our tables. Okay. So I have my PG admin, right? You need to download it. I have it connected already. So I'll just go to server. If you don't have any server, just click on right click on server and register a server. Okay, so I'll click register. I need to give a name. So I'll say expense tracker, right? Okay, then I'll go to connection. So here I need to put the host name, the port, and everything, right? Okay, but I want to use okay, so these are the information, right? Okay, so let's do it this way. Let's create our .env file here already, env, right? And we'll need a database URI. Okay, so go back to render, right? Go back to render. And when you click on connect, you can see there's a connect method here. There is internal and there is external. So this external, copy this connection string. Copy this connection string after, okay, then put it here. Oh, sorry, I think I didn't copy it. Copy. Okay, is it copied? Okay, so if it's copied, great. Okay, so let me break it down. So if you check, you see it starts from here, and you have your name and your name and password and other stuff, right? Okay, so don't use my own. When I'm done, I will delete it. Okay, great. So you have the name here, so you can copy your name, go back to your PG admin where you have name, right? Username, put that name. From here, after the name, the semicolon all the way to the @ symbol or under it, right? The @ symbol is your password. Okay, it's your password. Great. And from the @ right, all the way to the .com, right, is the host name. So copy that one and put that one here as a host name, right? And leave the port number. You can, oh, sorry, this is the password. Copy it here instead. Right, you can save the password. Okay, and the database name is this one, right? Okay, so copy the database name and put it here. Now click on save and let's see if it's able to connect or not. Okay, so it has been connected and now you can see that oh, I have two of them now. So which one am I even dealing with? Okay, so okay. Let me see if I can rename it. Rename server. You sure? Oh, so sorry. Okay, so now I've changed the name. So here, right, and database, you go to databases. Now you see by default, they give you one database already, but this is what we created, right? This is what was given to us by render, right? Okay, so here you click on it and you go to schemas. And in the schemas, you see tables. Okay, here, tables, and we don't have any table for now, right? So what we can do is just click on this, right? Or right click here and go to query tools, right? Query tools. Okay, so go to query tools here, right? So now here we are going to run our queries. Okay, so I have the script prepared already, right? So I will leave it on GitHub for you to use it, right? So I'll bring it here and give it a name of script.js or okay. Okay, so it's here, right? So this is it. Okay, so I have it here. Okay, so I have it here, right? Okay, great. So all you need to do is just copy it, right? Okay, then go to your PG admin. Inside the script here, you can just paste it like this. So what are we saying? If you know a little bit about SQL, you should be able to find your way around here, right? Okay, so we are using queries to create our database. You can also create it manually like this, create table, right? Great, but I think this one is pretty good. So we are saying create table, and this is the table name, right? TBL user, then parentheses, and we are giving the field. So we have an ID field, which we are using serial because we want it to have auto increment, right? We don't want the users to be creating IDs, right? So if you are familiar with MongoDB, you know that when you create an ID is generated for you. So here we want an ID to be generated for us. We don't want it to be null. We want it to be the primary key, right? So we want it to auto increment. That's why we are using the serial here. Okay, Postgres has this function to do that for us. And we also have email, which is of type voucher, right? Voucher, and we want the maximum characters to be 120, and the email should be unique and not null. Also, we have first name. It can be a voucher of 50 characters. It should also not be null, but last name can be null, right? Note that, you see, we are using a naming convention, right? We have the first name and this name as a letter as capital. But when we create the table, right, everything will be small letters. So I want to maintain it so that you see. So when we're integrating it in our front end, if we enter the name like this, it will not work. We have to enter everything in small letters. You'll see shortly. We have contact, which is also Vaka. We have account. Account is test, and it's going to be type of IRE, right? Because user can have multiple accounts. So we want to add all the account, right? The accounts created. Password is also of type test because we don't know the length. We'll hash it, right? And they will have different lengths. Okay. We also have country and currency. The currency will be a vaka of 5. It will not be null. And by default, if you don't provide any value, it will be equal to USD, right? Okay. And we have created at date, which is timestamp. It will not be null. The default will be current value as well as updated at. Okay. So how do I run this? Just go to this, right? This here, or press F5 on your keyboard and just run the script. So if it goes successful, you should see a message here that query returned successful, right? Okay. So if I reload or refresh the table here, you should see that we have one table, right? And you can go here and go to, I think they're supposed to be view. Well, yes, okay, view, right? So view all, and here we'll return the table. Okay, so you see that all the names has been changed to lowercase, right? Yeah. Okay, great. Now we can also use a query. So I'll comment this. We can also use a query like select, right? Select, then we put star. The star means all, from, right? And the table name TBL user, right? So we are selecting all fields. The star means all fields, right? From the table. So if I run this, we should see the here, right? Likewise, we can also specify the fields we want to select. I think I can just put it like this: select first name and see. So now you see only first name, right? So you can, if you want to select specific columns, you can use this, right? But we want to select all. That's why we put in star. Okay, great. Now, how do we also insert record? It is fairly simple. Okay, fairly simple. You need to use the keyword insert, right? So I'll just paste this query. So we are saying insert into TBL user. We insert email, password, first name, right? Let me change this to lowercase. Okay, so we insert first name, last name, contact, country, and currency, right? And we are providing the values. So this will be for the first one, this for the second one, in that order, right? Okay, so if I comment this one and run this, a record should be inserted. So you see that query is successful. Okay, so let me comment this and now run the select again and see. Right, great. Great. So now you see that we have one record added. So we have one record added, right? Great. Okay, so this is how we can create table, right? So I'll just copy the rest of the table and create them. Okay, so I'll leave all of these codes for you to have it. Okay, so this is also for accounts. This is the accounts table. We have the ID, also primary key and auto increment. We have the user ID, which will be an integer, right? Because the ID from the user table is also an integer. And we are saying that it should not be null, and it will also reference the table user, right? Which column? The ID. Okay, and we have the account name, the account number, the account balance, which is number or numeric, right? I mean, there is SQL type of currency, but I want to use this so that we'll have a decimal place of 2. It should not be null, the created at and the updated at. Okay, so if I run this, let's see. Great. So it has also been created successfully. Let's create the last table. Let me comment this first. Okay, So now we are going to create a table transaction. Also ID, the same user ID, which will reference the table user. We have the description of the transaction, which will not be null. We have the status, right? And by default, it will be pending. We have the source, where is the funds coming from, which will not be null. The amount, right, which will be numeric, not null. And the type of transaction, whether it's income or expense. By default, it will be income, the created at and the updated at. Okay, which will also be current timestamp. We have a little issue. Where is it? Okay, great. So now if I refresh the table here, you should see that now we have 3 tables: account, transactions, and table. Users, right? Great. Okay, so now that we have this, let us go and begin to connect to it and perform the actions from our back end. Okay, so now we have our .env here. I will also create a port and I'll put 5,000, right? Okay. And I'll also create a JWT secret to hash our passwords, right? And that one, you can put any string of choice. Okay, great, any string of choice. But know that it is the same string that will be used to sign and verify. Okay, great. Okay, so now in here, let's create the index.js file, right? Okay. In this index.js file, let us change our type from here. Let's change the type. So change type so that we can use ES6 modules, right? Type to module, right? So that we can use our import statement. And let's also add a start command, which will be nodemon, and it will start the index.js file. I mean, we want to save ourselves the trouble of having to start our app over and over again. Okay, so let's install nodemon npm I. Then I'll put capital D as a dev dependency, nodemon. Okay, and install it. Okay, great. Not this inside here. Okay, so here now let's begin to import our stuff. So we'll import course from course. Okay, we import express from express. Okay, so here now let us create our app. So we say const app is equal to an express app, right? Great. And let's also get our port. Oh, we import .env from .env. Okay, and let's configure it. So .env .config. Okay, great. We call it as a method like this. Okay, so we'll just say process.env, right? And the name is port. Or we fall back to since I made it 5,000, let me fall back to 8,000. Okay, so if this port does not exist, we'll fall back to 8,000. Okay, so now how do we do it? Now let us tell our app to use course, right? Okay, and we want to accept requests from anywhere. That's where we put in the star. Now if you want to accept it specifically from only your server, you can put origin, right? Origin, and the origin can be an array. Then you put your URL here, right? You put your URLs here, then it will accept from only that URL. But I want to accept from anywhere. That's why I'm putting in a star. Okay, correct. Okay, let's also tell our app to use express. So say express, right? And .json, we want to be able to accept JSON. Okay, express. Okay, let's also use express.url encoder. URL encoded. Okay, then we can set the extended property to true. Either I have more of the parentheses. Okay. Okay. What is missing? Okay, great. Even in this one, sometimes you can set the limit, right? You can set the limit of like 10 MB. Yeah, you can also set it like this. Okay, great. So now let's tell our app to also use. Now we want to have our API, right? Our endpoint be like this, API version 1, right? Then we'll put our routes. Then our routes will go here. Okay, right. So this route does not exist for now, but we'll create it shortly. Okay, now let's tell our app to also send a message, right? Whenever there is, whenever that endpoint does not exist, right? So if user goes to any endpoint apart from that we have specified, right, we will send a response to the user that that endpoint or that path or route does not exist. So say response.status, right? Or 404 not found, right? Okay, .json. Then we will send the message. The status will be not found, right? Great. And we can put the message as route not found. Okay. So I mean we can put the message 44. Yeah, something like this. Okay. Now let's tell our app to also listen. Then on what a listen on this port, we have a callback, right? We'll actually not need this. Yes. Okay. So we just need to console log a message that says that server running on, then we'll put a port on port, right? Okay, so we'll get this message. Now, in order not to get this error, let me comment this first, right? And just run the app and see npm start. Okay, and let's see. Okay, so you see that our server is now running. So basically, this is how you can set up a server. Now, if you want to use this, you need to integrate security features, right? Okay, so this is to get you started, right? From here, you can build anything you want to build. Okay. Now, let us create a folder by name database, a file. So I'll just put it inside libs, right? /database.js. This will create, the quick way you can create a folder and a file, right, is to click on create file, give the folder name / then the file name .js like this. So it creates a folder and a file. Okay. Now, how do we connect to the database? So we have installed the PG, right? So we'll import PG from PG, right? Okay. Then we also, since this file is not running in here, right? In here, we're going to call it separately. We need to bring our .env here again. .env. It should not be this. Great, like this. Okay, and configure it, which is pretty simple, like we did here. So I'll just copy this and bring it here again. Okay, now we'll say cons, right? And let's destructure the pool, as I told you, from the pool from the PG that we have imported, right? Okay, so how do we do it? So we just say export cons pool. So notice that this is capital, this is small. Okay, do not confuse it. Equal to, then we use the new keyword, right? We create an instance of it. Then we pass our values, right? So here, you can put the host name, the password, the username, everything. But I'm just going to use this string, which contains everything, right? It contains everything. So all I need to say is just connection string, right? Connection string, then I'll say process.env, right? Then I'll put this. Okay, so let's continue. So in the route, we'll create an index file, index.js, right? Okay, so here we also need to import express from express. Okay, so from here, We'll also then we need to create a router, which will be equal to express.router. Okay. Okay, so notice the router starts with capital R. After that, we'll have to export it. Export default router. Okay, so now we can go inside our here, right? And now bring this one here. So all we can do is just say import router, right? From we go to one routes, right? /index.js. Okay, because we have changed the type to module, right? That want to use import statement, we need to add .js to our files, right? So if I click on it here, it goes there. Okay. Okay. I think we make it routes, so let me change this to routes. Yeah. Okay, simple. Okay, so it's still running. Okay, so inside our routes, we'll have alt routes. We'll have accounts routes.js. We'll also have transaction routes.js. Then lastly, we'll have user routes. Okay, great. So in here, we'll import alt routes from alt routes.js. Okay, if I click here, I think I get the naming wrong. Auth routes. Okay, so I think I'm getting the naming wrong, so I'll just copy it. Okay, so here and just put it and see. Okay, great. And we also need to import the others, like account routes from accounts routes. Okay, that one works. We also need to import transaction routes. And let's see. Yeah, that one also works. And let's import the user routes from user routes. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's continue. Okay, so now we need to form the various routes. So we'll use the router that we created. So router.use, right? So we want to use what endpoint will it have? This one will have auth, then it will be the auth route. So we can duplicate this, and this will be user, then user routes, user routes. Okay, this will be account route, and this will be transaction route. Okay, so these are various routes. Okay, so we'll be working on it one after the other. Okay, but then let me comment this so that we don't get this error. Account route. Okay, so transaction and user. Okay. Okay, so let me also comment this ones. And now let's go into the alt route. Okay, so in the alt route, I mean, it follows the same pattern, right? So we'll just go here, copy this, put it here, right? copy the methods and put them here. So we're also creating a router, and this time we are saying it should be a post request, and it goes to the endpoint of sign up, and we call this function, which we'll create in the controller. And this also is a post request, which is for signing and goes here, right? Okay, great. So now let us go and create inside the controller, right? Let's work. So inside the controller here, we'll have alt controller.js. Okay, so let's work on that. So just say export const, and the name was sign up, right? Okay, which will be an async method. We'll get the request and the response, right? Great. Now I would like to have a try catch, right? Great, to catch all errors. Okay, and I'll just copy my error message. Okay, so I'll log the error message, then return a status of 500 with fail and the message, right? Okay, so I'll just duplicate this, then change the name to this name, which is sign in user. Okay, so now we can go here and import this. So just put your cursor in front of it and press Control and space, and just press enter, and note that you need to add the extension.js. Okay, and also import this. Great. Okay, so if you do it correctly, you should see that your server should be back and running again. Okay, so now let us go into it. Now, how do we create user? First, we need to get the user information, right, from the body. So we need the first name. Last name will not be needed during registration. We'll need email and password. Okay, and where are we getting them from? We get them from the request.body. Okay, so the request body will have this information. Okay, so first we need to check if the email already exists, right, or not. So let's verify that all these fields firstly are not empty. So first name or email or password, we check that if they are null, right, if they are empty, then we'll return to the user a response that says that I think I can copy my response. Okay, so we just return to the user, right? So we'll check if this is empty or this or that. The reason we are using or is that one can be empty and the other can be not, right? So if it's empty, we'll return a 404 that is a status field that provide all fields, right? Great. Now, if the user provided all fields, then we can go on and check whether the user exists or not. So user exists, right? Now, if the user exists, we'll say await, then we'll call the pull method, right? Now, note that this pull method is coming from the database we created. So if you go into the libs file here, this pull is what we are calling, and not the pull from PG here, right? Okay, so don't make a mistake. Okay, so this pull from our database, right? So don't forget to add JS. Okay, so pull, then dot query. Okay, so query, then we need to pass the query. So the query, I mean, all of this are from the documentation here. I believe it's here. So if you check in how to use the pull, right, you can see there are various things you can do. Pull. You see that if you want to use it, pull method, right? This is how you connect it, and this is how you perform a query. You can pass it straight like this, or you can also pass the text and the value, right? The text and the value. I think we have an example down here. Okay, I can't find it, but let's go on. Okay, so we'll pass the text, right? And the text will be the query string, right? So we'll say select, right? We select exist, right? We want to select if it exists or not. So we select all, right? Now this, it's a bit strange, but don't worry. So we first want to select if it exists. What are we selecting? We select all from, and the table name was what? TBL user, right? Then we put a condition where what are we selecting? Email equal to, then we put $1, right? Okay, $1. Okay, so $1. Then now we pass the values, right? Values. Now the values will always be in an array form, right? Right. Whether it is 1 or not, will still be like this. So don't forget this. Okay. Then what is it? Email. Okay. So since this is 1, it will be this value, right? If we have more fields, we'll add more like comma. Then we'll put the $2. Then we'll also increase these values as well, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, great. So this will help us to fetch if the user exists or not. And I think we have an error that says that .env is not defined. I want to believe it's coming from the database. Oh, you see. So I'll just go here and copy this. That's .env. Okay, replace it here. Okay, great. So it still works now. Okay, so if the user exists, then we need to send a message. Now, this user, how can we get it, right? We need to get the user exists variable, right? And inside it, there will be rows. There will be rows. And since it's one user we're talking about, we only want the first one, right? That's why we put in the index of 0, right? Okay, if .exists, right? If it exists, meaning that the user account already exists, then we'll return a message in the same similitude like we have above, right? We'll return a message of 409, like conflict, right? With the status field that email already exists. Okay, I hope you understand. Great. Now, if the user does not exist, then we need to hash our password. So say hashed password, right? Now, let's create the utility here. That will be, let's just say index.js. And how do we hash our password? We need to import bcrypt and JSON web token since we're here, right? So we'll just say export cons hash password, right? Okay, hash password. It will be an async function which will take the user value, right? Which will be the password. Okay, then great. So here we'll create a sort first. When using bcrypt, we'll create a sort and we'll await bcrypt, right? Dot gen sort. So we want to generate a sort of 10 rounds. Okay, great. When it's created, now we need to hash the password. So hashed password will be equal to await bcrypt, right? Dot hash. Now it has a method hash, right? And now we'll pass the user value, which is the password, and the sort. Okay, then we'll return the hashed password. I hope it's simple. Okay, great. Now that we are here, let's also create the compare password as well as the create JWT. Okay, so how do we also compare the password? We say cons compare password, which will also be an async function. Okay, so we'll take the user password, right, and the password from the database, right? Okay, so let's put a try catch to avoid error. Console log the error here. Okay, so here now we say cons is match, whether the password matches or not. Okay, so we'll await bcrypt. It has a method compare, right? They will put the user password and the password from our database side by side. If it matches or not, we'll return the is match. Okay, so return is match to see whether it matches or not. Now let us also create the function to create our JWT, right? Okay, cons export cons create JWT. Okay, so we'll take the user ID as a parameter, then we'll return something. We'll return JWT, which is imported up there, dot sign, right? We want to sign. What are the various things we need to provide? We'll provide user ID as the ID we have received, right? Then we call our process dot env dot. So if you check, we have a secret here, so we use the secret. Okay, so we use the secret here. right? Then how long do we want it? So expires, sorry, it should be, okay, expires, okay, expires in, then you can put any number of days you want. So I'll put 1D, which is 1 day, right? Okay, so this, okay, so I think there is one extra parenthesis, which is coming from, okay, so this matches this matches this, right? And what again? This, oh, okay, so here it should be like, okay, so the sign takes 3 arguments, right? It takes, yeah, okay, great. So it takes 1, 2, and 3. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's go back and call this method of hash password. So await, we put this method, call it hash password, make sure the extension is there. Okay, great. And we pass the password that we have received from the user, right? Okay, great. So now let us perform the insert operation. So we'll just say const user, right, equal to await pool.query, right? Great. So we have text and we have values. Okay, so what is the text or the query itself? We say insert into table is table user, right? What are the values? The values are first name, email, and password. Okay, great. Email and password. Email and password. We want to insert values. Great. Oh, great. So we set values of $1, 2, 3. So we need to provide them here. The first one is the first name, right? The second one is email, and the third one will be the hashed password. Okay, great. Now we need to add something in order to get the user information back. This query will insert it, but it will not return the user data. So in order to get the user data returned, we need to put after the parenthesis, we need to put returning, right? Returning all. Returning, right? Make sure you spell it correctly. Returning all. Sorry. Returning all. Great. So that will return all the information. Great. So now we have successfully done that. So we can just send a message, right? So all we can do is we can say user dot, if you remember, there are rows and we need the first index or the first item, and we'll append the password. We'll set the password to undefined. We don't want to send the password to the user, right? Then we'll give a response of this. So we send a response with a status of 201, which is created, right? And it will be success user created. Then we send the user information, right? Great. So this will help us create the user. Okay. Now let us talk about how we can do the this. Okay, so I'll copy this and put it down so that in the next one we don't have to repeat it again. Okay, so here we also need to get the username and the password, right? We need to get the username and the password. Now, the same way we selected the user, right? We'll have to select. Now, with the select query, you don't have to add the returning because the select will return something, right? So we'll say result should be equal to the pool.query, right? And the text is select all, right? From table user where email is equal to the email we have provided, right? Okay. If it comes successful, we'll just say result dot rows, right? The first one. Okay. So if the user exists, right? If the user exists, so we check and see if the user exists, right? Then, sorry, we have the exclamatory mark here, right? So if user does not exist, we'll send that invalid email or password. I mean, we know that it is the email that is wrong, so we can specifically say invalid email. Okay. If the email is correct, right, then we need to check whether the password is correct. So we'll call our function await hashed password, compare instead, compare password, and we pass, if you remember, the password, right, and the one from the database, which is user password. It'll be in this user, right? So we'll pass that one. Okay, so the response will either be true or false. So if it comes out that a match is false, right? Okay, if its match is false, then we send a message, right? Or a response of invalid email or password. Okay. If it turns out that email and password are all correct, then we need to create a token, right? So token will be create JWT, right? Function. They will pass user.id. They will pass the user ID. We'll also use the user.password. They will set it to undefined. Okay. User password to undefined. And now we're going to send a response to the user. And the response will have a status of 200. The message will be successful. The status will be successful message of login. Then we send the user, right? And we also send the token. Okay. Great. So this is how we can create our login, right? Okay. From here we can go to let's test it and see, right? Okay. So I'll open my Postman. I'll open Postman. So if you have Postman installed, you can use it to test your API endpoints, right? Okay. So because the first password wasn't hashed, I want to delete it. So delete from TBL user, where I think the ID will be 1, right? I'll try and see. Let me uncomment the fetch or the select and see. Okay, so it's gone. Okay, great. So now I'll bring my Postman. Okay, so I have okay, this here already, so I'll use it. I don't have to create more. So I'll go to sign up, right? Okay, and if you notice, we are this time running on port 5000. So I'll change this to 5000. 5000. Okay, great. So I'm going to send this info, right? Okay, so I have the email. So you just have to make sure the request is post, right? Okay, you put your endpoint, which is HTTP, localhost, then your port number /API-v1, right? /all/signup. Then you click on body. When you click on body, select raw and make sure JSON is selected, right? Great. So now let's send the request and see if it will go through or not. Okay, so we have an error, and let's go to our terminal first and check. We are not getting any error here. Okay. We are not getting any error from here. Okay, so auth, then here to here and sign up. Okay. Okay, so let's view. It says that HTTP. Okay, so error is, I think I have excess zeros here. I have 50,000 instead of 5,000, right? Okay, so let's try it. So I try it like this, and let's see. Okay, so I get an error of field cannot destructure property first name of request.busy, not body. Well, from that, sign in. Okay, I think it should be here. Oh, sorry, it should be body. Okay, great. So let's try again and see. Okay, so now it goes through, and now we are returned with the user information, right? Okay, so if we go to here and run the query, right, I think we should also see it here. Great. Okay, so now let's try the sign in. This one is the same, so I'll just click on sign in and also go to 5,000, right, which is also a post request, and the body, you provide the body, right? I click sign in and see. Great. So now we have the information and the token return. Great. Okay, so now in our next, we will continue with the other endpoints. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, so now let's continue. So now we'll go now to the user route, right? So before then, let me copy this and bring it here. Copy this, okay, and also bring it here. What again will I even need? Okay, I think I'll need this. Now the routes here will be protected, right? So now let's create this. I have a middleware that I've been using. I mean, I basically use it in every project. So yeah, so it's not new. So I'll just paste it. Okay, so we just import the JWT, right? And it's called auth middleware. We have the request, response, and nest. So we first get the auth header. We get the authorization, right? The token. So when we get the header, we check if the header does not exist or the header does not start with the bearer name, right? If it does not, we'll send a message of authentication failed, right? Authentication failed. If it exists, we just have to split it because it will come in a form of bearer, right? Then the token will follow like this. So there is a space between. So we'll just split it and take the first. So we split it. This will be 0 and this will be 1. So we take the token itself, right? Great. So when we take the token, then we need to verify it. Okay, so we need to verify it using, we say user token, we use JWT and the secret key that we have, right? We also pass the secret key. And when we verify it, then we attach the user ID, right, to the request body dot user. Then we attach user ID and we put the ID there so that we'll get the user. Okay, I hope you get it, right? Okay, so we go here, right? And now we need to have the various routes. So we'll have router.get first to get user, right? So just go to /. And that one will need the middleware. So import the middleware, right? Okay. When we import the middleware, then we'll do get user. Okay, great. Get user. So this is how it will follow. It will follow this pattern. And I'll just copy the rest and bring them. Okay, so this will get the user. This will also get the same. Okay, so this is a put request to change the password, and this is also a put request to update the user information. Okay, so now let us go into the controllers again, right? And we'll create user controller.js. Okay, so if you remember the export cons method, great. So this I'll duplicate, right? Okay. Okay, so now what was the name? The name is get user, right? And I'll duplicate it to let me do 2 more times. No, let's keep one. Okay, I will comment this 2. The next one is change password, and the last one is update user. Update user. Okay, great. So now we can import them here. So this .js, this, and this. Okay, so great. So now, yeah, our app still runs. So let's go here to get user. How do we get user? If you remember, it's fairly simple, right? So we need to get the user ID. So if you check from the middleware, right, you see that we are attaching the user ID. So we just need to go to request.body.user then ID, right? So we are destructuring the user ID from the request.body.user. Okay, when we do that, then the same select query that we have been using to, right? So we say user exists, we await the pool dot JS, right? Then the query is select all from TBO users where the ID is equal to this and the ID is user ID. Okay, so now we'll say cons user equal to user exists, right? User exists dot rules, and we only need the first one. Okay, great. So the same thing, I mean, we have done this when we were checking during the sign up, right? So if the user, I mean, exists, does not exist, we send a response that user not found. If they exist, we set the password to undefined, then we send the response, right? Great, very simple. Okay, how do we update or change our password? Okay, so with that one, we need a couple of things, right? We also need to get the user ID, request.body.user. And we also need the various information, right? From request.body. What are the information we need? Okay, one, we will need the current password, right? When we get the current password, then we'll get the new password. Then we'll get the confirm password also. Okay, so we need these three things. Okay, so when we get it, we first need to select the user and see if the user exists. So this one, it's not new. I'll just copy and paste it, right? So we'll select the user if the user exists by the ID, right? If the user does not, we say the information does not exist. But if the user exists, right, now we need to check if the password, that is the new password, is not equal to confirm password. If they are not the same, then we'll respond that the password does not match, right? New password does not match. However, if it matches, then we have this query already, so we'll just bring it. I mean, we have this function, so we'll check whether the old password or the current password is correct, right? So .js, okay, we'll check whether the old password is correct. If it's correct, then we can proceed to change it. If it is not, right, we need to respond that invalid current password. Okay, so if it matches, right, so we say if it matches, then we need to hashed password, right, like we did. So await hash password, then we pass the new password. That's it. Okay, when we pass the new password, then we need to say cons or await this await pool.query. Okay, and its values. Okay, so what is the query? The query is update. What are we updating? We update the table. Then we set what? Oh, great, set. So we update table name set password to 1, where now if we don't bring the where condition, all the password in the table will be updated. Okay, so we want to set the password to the new one we provided, where ID is this. Okay, so we need the first variable is the hashed password, and the second one will be the user ID, right? Okay, so this is for this and this is for that. Okay, great. So if it goes through, we need to send a message or a response to the user that password has been changed. Very simple. Okay, so we're going to use the same. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I This is supposed to be for change password. Great. So just copy and paste it here. Okay, great. So now how do we update user? Okay, so that one, as usual, we'll get the various variables, right? So we get the user ID, then we get the first name, the last name, the currency, the country, currency, and contact. We will not update the email, so that's why we're not getting it. Okay, then we first need to check if the user exists or not, right? So this code will not change, it will be the same. We'll fetch user if user exists, right? If user does not, we say user cannot be found. Okay, so if the user exists, we will now need to do the updates. Okay, so how are we going to do it? We're just going to say const updated user, right, should be equal to await pull.query. Okay, test and values. Okay, test and values. Okay, so the same thing, update table name, then set. Okay, so set first name to $1, then comma last name. Okay, so last name $2, and country, yes, great. Currency, great. Okay, then let's change this to contact. Contact is 4, and updated at date, updated at will be equal to current time stamp. Okay, so where ID will be equal to $6, right? And we want to return, so we're return all. Okay, so let's go over it again. What are we saying? What we are saying is that we want to update the table user, and we set the first name to the new one will provide, the last name, the country, the currency, right, the contact, the updated date, which will be the current timestamp, right? And we want to update where the ID is equal to the user ID that we provide. So the first one is first name, the next one is last name, right? Last name. Okay, country to currency to contact, and contact to user ID, I believe, right? Because this one, the updated that we have set the value here already, so we don't have to provide the value. I hope you get it, right? So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Oh, sorry. All of this has to be inside this. They are inside the array here. Okay, great. So if it goes through, we need to, as usual, send a response, which will be, we set the ID password to undefined, then we send a response that the information has been updated. Great. Okay, so let's go and test this endpoint. So come back to our Postman. I want to copy this token because we'll need it. I copy it, right? So go to, I have the user here already. So I'll go to get user, right? If I go to get user, let me close this here, and I'll just go to authorization, go to bearer token, and put the token you have here, right? Okay, and it's a get request. It goes to an endpoint of 5,000, right? And the ID of the user is, what was the ID? I believe the ID is either 2. Okay, 2. I don't think there is even the need. Okay, great. Great. So I'll just put the request through like this, and it says that route not found. Route not found. Okay, so let's check it. So it goes to /user, and user /. So why not found? Okay, so HTTP localhost 5,000. Okay, I am getting the route not found, but I don't know why. Okay, let's go here and go to the index here. Oh, okay, we need to uncomment this. My bad. Great. So now we go here. Great. And we are getting an error from, where are we getting it from? Okay, so I think the error is from here. Oh, okay, so this is supposed to be dot. Great. Great. So now let's try it again. So I remove the two again. User. Great. And let's see. Okay, so now the user information is returned. Great. So how do we change our password? Okay. So if you remember, the first password was 12345. Okay, so it's a put request. The endpoint is 5,000. So body raw JSON. So current password is this, and the new password will be this, right? Okay, I'll just send it through and see. It says that, oh, okay, great. I need to set the authorization here. So I'll copy it, right? Go here, authorization, and change this one and put this one here. Okay. Okay, so now we get password changed, right? Okay, so if we go here and now want to log in, we should get an error, right? Invalid. Great job. Okay, so let me copy this token again. Okay, so most of these things work now. So I'll go to update, which is also a put request. The endpoint 5,000, and these are the values. I'll go to authorization and change the token here. Great. Go to body, raw and JSON. Okay, and I'm providing this first name, last name, contact, country, and currency, right? Okay, so if I send this through, I'm getting an error. What is the error here? Okay, I think I should remove this. So updated, it's not exist. Okay, let's try again and see. Okay, send, route not found. Okay, what is the route? Oh, okay, there's supposed to be an ID. Are we even using the ID? Okay, so if we go to the update, do we use the ID? We are not using the ID, right? The parameter. So I don't think it's even necessary. Okay, so since we are not using the password here, the ID, we can remove it. And they are the same endpoint, right? But you notice that the methods are different, right? So I think we can remove it like this, and let's try it. And send and see. Column updated. Okay, so there is an issue now with the column, right? Column updated at. Okay, updated at. Updated at. Okay. Let's see again. Put it through. Now value for column first name, population, violates. Okay, I think Either there is a typo. Okay, so first name, it's here. Oh, okay. So here, the naming should be small letters. Yeah, great. So they are small letters, right? If you check from here, you can see that they are small letters, and we are distraction from here, right? Great. Okay, so let's put it through again, and I want to believe this will be the last one you go through. Great. So we have been able to update. So now we're done with the two other routes. So next one, we'll move to the account and the transaction. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, so now let's go into the account route, right? Account. Okay. Okay, so here I'll just copy and bring it. Okay, great. Maybe I can remove this since, oh no, okay. So this, okay, they work. And this, I'll create it. Okay, great. Okay, so I have the account controller also created here, right? And here, okay, I've uncommented it. Okay, so here, the routes we have are all protected, right? So we have get the account, right? Now get the account can take the ID, and I put a question mark here because it can be optional, right? Yeah, it can be optional. That's why I put a question mark. Yeah. And this is also a post to create account, and this is also add money, right? Like if you want to top up, right? Great. So this is a put request, post request, and a get request. Okay. So if I go in here, I put not this. Okay, great. This is what we're using. So I will just duplicate it. I think it's 3 times. So I'll do 4 to keep 1. First one is okay. So the first one is get account. The next one is create account, and the third one is add money. Great, right? Great. Okay, so now let's go into it one after the other. Okay, so here we also still need to get the user account ID, right? To get the user ID, and we'll check the accounts. So accounts will be equal to await. Then we call the pool method, right? The JS, we call it, then we pass the query. Then the values. So what is the query? The query is we want to select all, right, from this time table account where user ID. So the user can have multiple accounts, right? If you remember, like the cash account, crypto, or whatsoever, right? But in every account, there will be the user ID, right? Okay, where the user ID will be equal to the user ID here. Okay. Now, this one can return more than one record, right? Great. So what we can do is we'll just return, right, a status of 200. I'll say it should be JSON. So we have the status, status of success, and the data will be the accounts.rows, right? Great. So it can be more than one row. Okay, great. Very simple. Okay, how do we also create an account? So we'll also need the user ID. We'll also need to get from the request.body, right? What are the things we'll need? We'll need the name of the account, right? The amount, the account number, right? Okay, so we need these 3 things. Okay, so now I will want to do it this time like this, that account exists query, right? Account exists query, right? So I'll put it like test this. and values. Okay. So now I'll say cons account exists will be equal to account exist result will be equal to await, right? Who dot query. Then I'll just pass the query I've created. So this query, right? Okay, so what is the query? The query is select or from table account, right? Great. Where account name, right, will be equal to S1 and user ID S2. $2. So we want to check if the account name and the user ID, right? So if the user has a cash account and the ID is the same, meaning that account already exists, right? So the first one will be the name and the user ID. Now user ID. Okay, great. So now let's just say accounts. Account exists. It will be the account exists query. Result, right? Dot rows. Then we want to get only one, right? Okay. So if the account exists, I'll just copy the response. If it exists, meaning it has been created, right? If it does not exist, then we can go ahead and create it, right? Okay, so we can also say cons account result, right? Or we can say, yeah, maybe create account result should be equal to await pull dot query test and values. Okay, this. Okay, great. So how do we create it? If you remember, insert into table name, right? Then parenthesis value. The value will be user ID, account name, account number, and amount. Account balance. Okay, values, and the values are $1 up to 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. Okay, then since we want to return it, don't forget returning all. Okay, let me break it down. Great. So the first one is user ID. The next one is name, the account name. The next one is account number. And the next one is amount. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so ID, name, number, and balance. Okay, great. Now, once we are done like this, we need to update the user account. That user has created that particular account. So how do we do that? We need to fetch the user, right? Okay, so first we'll create account IRE, right? Let me call it user accounts. It will be equal to, we'll first make sure that it's an IRE or not. It's IRE, right? Okay, they will put the name, right? If name is an IRE, then we maintain it, else we make it an IRE like this, right? So we'll check if the account name comes in an IRE form. If not, then we'll make it like that. Okay, so now we need to update it. So I'll just copy this. Okay, so now I have this query, right? And the query is update user, right? We only want to update the account. So update user set account, right? And we are saying IRE concat, right? So we want to make sure that the value in it, right, is preserved, then we add another one, right? That's why we're using this. If you don't use it, it will override it, right? So we concat the old one, the value in it already, then we add new one. Then the updated add date will be this, where the ID is equal to this. So we'll provide the accounts, which is this. I'll put this here, and the user ID, right? Great. Then this will perform the operation, right? Great. Once the operation is done, now we need to, once you create an account, you see that you add an initial amount. So we need to insert that one also into the transaction table, right? Okay. So now I'll bring this, which says that now we're going to add initial transaction, right? So we'll have the description. The description will be the account.name, account.name, right? Okay. So I need to get the account here. So I'll say const account will be equal to create account result dot rows, then this. Okay, so this, right, they will get the account that we have created, the name of it, right? And we'll just add initial deposit to it so that we'll know this is the initial deposit, right? Okay, let me also bring the query since it follows the same path. Okay, since it follows the same pattern, I'll just copy and bring it. Then we explain it. Okay. Okay, so I added from here, right? Okay, so after we get in the description, right? Now we'll say insert into table transaction, right? TBA transaction, the user ID, the description, the type, the status, the amount, and the source, right? The value. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the values are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, as well as 6, because we have 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay, there are 6. And what also want to return it, right? So the values are the user ID, the description, the type will be income, the status will be completed because all the above has been completed, right? And the amount as well as the source. The source will come from the account, that's the account name, right? Then we pass it to this one and perform the action. Once it goes through, we just need to now alert the user that the account name has been created, and this will be the account information, right? Okay, great. So I hope you get it. Okay, so how now do we add funds to our account? Okay, how do we add funds? So that one, if you check, right, if you go to the route, you see that we take an ID from here as a parameter, right? So we need to get the user ID, the amount from the body, amount you want to deposit, and that ID. So we get the user ID, right? The login user. We get this from the params, which is here, right? The one coming from here. And we get the amount from the body. Okay, I want to ensure that then the amount is number. So as a new amount equal to number, then I put the amount. Then I put the amount. Okay, so when I put the amount, now we need to perform the action, and the action is const results to be await pool, right? And the query is this, which is update account, right? We want to update the account, set the account balance to this, but we want the account balance there, then we add the new amount to it. So what is in there already, then we add more, then we update the updated date where the ID will be this, and we'll return it, right? Great. So the ID will be this. That's the account ID, right? Okay. Okay, great. Then after that, we need to get the account information like this, right? Because we will only return one. So we'll get the first one. Now we create a new description because we also need to insert the record into the transactions database, right? So we'll get an account name, right? This is also deposit. It's like we are doing deposit. Whatever we want to put here, you can put it, right? Okay, now let me form a query and perform the action. Okay, so I'm just going to bring it here. So now after this description, right, I'm forming a query, right? So the transaction query, and the query is insert into, right? So the text and the values. So insert into TBL transaction, the user ID like we did above there, right? we add all of this. And adding money is an income, right? And when it goes through this and the amount and everything here, the same thing. Okay, so we just perform the action, right? And we send the account information, right? We will not send the transaction information. So we can even remove this, right? Great. And just send this to the user that the top up was successful. Okay, so this is how we can create account and also top up our account. Let's test it quickly. Okay, so I'll go into here and copy the token, right? Yes, before I close this and close this. So I'll go into account, right? Create an account. Okay, great. So I want to create a PayPal account, and this is a dummy account number, and I'm going to put this amount, right? This amount. Okay, I think it's 100,000 or so, yeah. And let me change this to 5,000. It's a post request. The authorization, let me change it. Okay, and put it through, and let's see if it goes through. Great. So now our account has been created, right? So the user ID, the account ID, the number, everything is here. Okay. So if I go to get account, where is get account? Okay. I think it's this one. Yes. Let me rename it to get accounts. Okay. So get accounts. Okay, let me change the token. Okay, and that one, there is nobody because we just want to get, right? So I can remove this and just send it. Oh, sorry, I need to change the port number, 5,000. Okay. Syntax error near equal to. Okay. So I think there is a syntax somewhere. Okay, so select all from account. Okay, so great. So there should be where, right? Where user ID is equal to this. Great. There should be where. So let's try it again and see. Okay, so now I have one account, right? Created. And this is my account balance is here, right? Great. So now let's add money into it. If you remember, the account number was 1, right? The account ID 1. Okay. Okay, so add money. So I'll also change the token from here. Okay, go to body, and yes, so the number here it's 1. The param should be 1, and I'll also change this to 5,000. And let's see, I'm adding 100 to it. So let's see if it goes through. Great. So now our amount is now 100 and 100. Okay, 100,000, 100. I hope that's right. Okay, yeah. So now we're making progress, right? Great. So don't forget to like and subscribe. Now we'll move to the transactions, right? Transactions. It's supposed to be transactions. Okay. Okay, so now that we are done with the account, let's move swiftly to the transactions, right? So I will uncomment this and go inside here, right, and paste the routes. Okay, so here we're going to have this 4 routes, right? It's the same thing. I mean, the same approach, right? The only thing that changes is here we also have the middleware, right? And we'll have get route, right, to get all the transactions. We have another one, get, which will show data on our dashboard, right? We have a post request, that is to add transaction, right? Where we'll pass the transaction ID, the account ID, right? Which is also a protected route. We'll also have another put request to update, right? That is to transfer money, right? We want to transfer money to one account. Okay, right? Okay, great. So yes, okay, so this files exists, but the controller does not exist, right? So you can just right click and create transaction controller, right? But I'll click on this, it does not exist, and just create it, right? So it's here. Okay, good. So now okay, so here so I'll just paste the great. So there are 4 routes, right? So I will uncomment this and duplicate it 4 times. One. Okay, so 4 now. And I'll just change the names to this. The next one is get dashboard. This and this. Okay, that's the last one. Okay. Okay, so let's start from the simple one. I think the simple one is to get transaction, right? Okay, and how do we get transactions? Okay, so one, we first need to get today's date, right? Okay, so if the user does not send any date, right? I mean, we just want to by default fetch record within the past week or 7 days, right? Okay, so just say const underscore 7 days ago. Okay, great. Will be equal to new date. Then I'll pass today, right? So what I'll do is now 7 days ago dot set date, right, to today dot get date. Then I will subtract 7 from it, right? Okay. So I'm getting today's date, right, and just passing it here. And what I'm doing is that I just want to set the date, right? Set the date to set the actual date. And the actual date, we are subtracting 7 from it, right? Okay. So when we subtract 7 from it, meaning it will go back 7 days back, right? Okay. So I can now say it comes 7 days ago, right? Will be equal to underscore 7 days ago dot to IO grade ISO string dot split. Okay, so this date comes with the time and those long things. So I want to remove them and I'll split it by the T, right? So the time part, I'll split it by the T and take the 0 index, the first one. Okay, great. Okay, so this is if the user does not provide. However, if the user send the date, right, we have the df and the dt. You can use any variable name. The df and the dt are for date from and date to, right? And they will come from the query, right? The query. And also the s is also a search variable, right? Okay. Let's also get the user ID. This should be const. Okay. So request the body dot user. Okay, so now const start date, right, should be equal to new date. Then we pass the df, right? If it does not exist, then we pass 7 days ago. I hope you understand. So we'll default take this string from here and make it a date. If it does not exist, then we get this date. Okay, let's also do another one for end date, and that one will be dt, right? If it does not exist, then we get new date. Okay, so the date will be between 7 days ago and today's date or the current date. Okay, great. So now how do we fetch? So just say const transactions, right, should be equal to await, then pull dot let's import it. Okay, .js pull dot query. So test and values. Okay, so what is the query? The query is we select right? Or from TBL transaction, not transactions. Okay, where user ID equal to $1 and created at date, right? Between, so we want the created at date between 2 and 3, meaning the values that will provide between 2 and 3, right? So what should be the date? It should be between these two dates, right? Okay, great. So created at between the value 2 and the value 3, right? And okay, we can also provide more conditions. And now we're going to say description, right? I like. So we want to, that one is not going to be strict, right? So we want to search. When you search, it should be like this, right? Okay, so that's why we put in the I like. If you just remove the I and just put like, it will have to be case sensitive, right? And it has to follow the same pattern, right? I mean, what you are searching has to be exact. But this one, if you search for anything, like you search for cache, anything that contains cache will come. Okay, so description, I like, then we put quote, single quote, percentage sign. Let me break this. Percentage sign, double pipe, S4, sorry, $4. Then pipe and quote. Great. Okay, so we are searching description like, right? Then we have our quotation, single quote, percentage sign, pipe, then $4, double pipe, then percentage sign, right? Okay. So this will take the value, right? So this will be the value, the set value. Now, okay, so it can be or, right? So it can be description or the status. Maybe the user wants to search the status, right? And that one will also be the same, right? So I'll just copy from here to here. It is the same value, right? So the same value, I mean, it will search through the description, search through status, right? And we can even add more, like or source, right? Then I'll put that one again. Right, okay. So when you search, whether it matches the description, right? It's like the description, status, or source, right? Great. So after the source, right? After this, put the closing parenthesis. If you remember, there is a parenthesis, yes, right? So all of this is 1. Okay. So after this, we want to also order the record. Maybe this it's a bit strange, but don't worry. Order by, right? I want to order by ID in descending order, right? Okay, so from the biggest, which means that the new record will come on top, right? Great. Okay, I hope it works. Okay, so now we need to provide the user ID, then the start date, the end date, and the search value, which is S. Right? Okay, great. So what will be left now is to send back a response of status 200.json. Okay, and the data will be transactions, right? Dot rows. Okay. Okay, so I hope you understand. Okay, let's go to this first before we come here, right? Okay, so let's go here. Add transaction. So how do we add transaction? We just need to first get the data right? So we'll get the user ID, we'll get the amount, the account ID, which is coming from here, the account ID, and we'll get the description, the source, and the amount from the body, right? Okay, when we do that, we need to ensure that all the fields exist, right? So if description does not, source and amount does not exist, we send a feedback that provide them. Okay, now we need to do something. Okay, I just want to ensure, right, that I make the amount, check that the amount the user is sending is not 0. You cannot send 0, right? Great. So if it's 0, we send that the amount needs to be more than 0, right? Okay, great. Now let's fetch the data. So now we're going to fetch from the account, right? You are trying to make a transaction, so we need to check from your account to see whether you have that kind of money in it to make the transaction, right? So we say results should be equal to pull.request. Then we said select all from the accounts table where the ID is the account ID you provide, right? We have distracted from top here. Okay, so we do that, right? And it has to return only one record, so we get the one record into this account information. Now inside the account information, this is what we're going to do. We'll check. If not, right, if there is no account information, meaning that the account number is wrong. Okay, great. Now, if the account number is not wrong, meaning it is correct, then what happened? What we will do is that we'll check if the account info.account balance is less than 0, right, less than or equal to 0, meaning you don't have any money in your account, so you cannot make the transaction. Or if it is not 0, but the account balance, right, is less than the amount you are trying to transact, right? Meaning you can't transact amount you don't have. So in any of the case, we will return a message that insufficient balance, right? So if I have 0 balance, I can make transaction. And if I have 1, I can transact 2. I can only transact the 1, right? Okay, great. So now we need to do something. Now because we'll perform more actions here, we'll use transaction, right? So we'll just say pull.request, right? Then I put in begin, right? Okay, so maybe we'll just put in here that begin transaction. Okay, so we'll begin transaction, and at the end we'll commit the transaction. Await pull.commit. Right. Okay. So now we're going to run some queries here. So if one of the queries go wrong, none of the queries between here will be committed, right? So if all is successful, that's when it will be committed. I hope you understand. Okay. So if we make, whatever operation we perform here will only be saved when all is successful, then the changes will be committed. If it's not, then it will not be committed. I hope you understand. Okay, so we'll run 2 queries, right? Okay, so let me just bring them in. Okay, so what are the queries? These are the 2 queries we'll run, right? So first, we want to update the account, right? Okay, the reason we're using this is that if we update your account and assuming that the insert operation here gets an error, the account would have been deducted already, and this will not be saved, right? So that's why we're using this. So until all becomes successful, this will not be committed. This also not be committed, right? Okay. So we want to update the account balance, right? So say it should be equal to the account balance minus the amount we want to transact, right? Which is $1, and update the time, right? Where the ID is equal to the account ID. Okay, great. Then we also insert transaction, right? So we insert transaction, the user ID, the description, the type, the status, the amount, source, and all of this, right? Okay, so this is the user ID. The description will be the description that will come from the user. And this time it will be an expense, right? And the status will be completed, the amount, and the source, right? Okay, great. So when all goes through successful, it will then be committed or saved. Then we can return a response to the user that transaction completed successfully, right? Great. Okay, so if you have a lot of activities or queries you want to perform that if one goes wrong, you don't want the others to be saved, you can use what? Transactions to do that, right? Okay, great. So let's go to this one to transfer money, which is also very simple. Okay, so to transfer money also we'll need to get the user ID and the data, right? So get the user ID, where you're transferring from and where you're transferring to, as well as the amount you are transferring, right? Okay, so if by mistake the data we receive has no information, right, then we'll say that provide fields. You need to provide them. Okay. Now, similarly, we also want to do some checks. So like we did, I'll also check, right, whether the amount is less than 0, you can transfer 0. If it's less than or equal to 0, you can transfer it. Okay, so let's check the account information, right? Okay, so here we say check account details, right, and balance for the from account. Okay, so we say that from account result, right? So await, then we select all from account where the ID is equal to this, right? Okay, and we pass the from account. Okay, so I will great. So I'll bring this where we fetch the information. I also paste this and let's explain. Okay, so when we fetch it, then I mean it will be only one data, so we'll get this, right? You understand this already, so no need. So we also check if the information does not exist, meaning the account information is not found or was not found, right? Okay, then if it exists, meaning this will not run, then we come here. Then we check whether the amount, the new amount is this here, right? That's the amount you're trying to transfer. If the amount is less than what is in, is greater than what is in your account, meaning insufficient balance, or so transfer field, right? Insufficient balance. So you can't transfer more than what you have. Okay, so assuming that the account exists, the money you have in your account is also more than what you're transferring, then we also need to begin another transaction, right? Okay, great. So what are the transactions we'll do? First, okay, so first we'll transfer the money, right? Now you see we are transferring from one account to another account, right? So both has to be successful. That's why we are still using the transaction here, right? Okay, this transaction is not this transaction, the transaction our table, right? It's an SQL operation, right? Okay, which makes sure that those queries between the beginning of the transaction and the commit all become successful. Then these changes will be saved, else it will roll back, right? Roll back means it will not be saved. Okay, great. I hope you understand. Okay, so we need to transfer. How are we doing the transfer? We're just updating the account balance, right? So the where we are transferring from, right? We just update the account balance, right? Subtract the amount we are transferring from it, right? So the account balance minus the amount, right? And we get the updated date where the account balance is equal, the ID is equal to from account. Okay. When you transfer it, we also need to receive it into which account, right? I mean, they are all our own account. We are not transferring to any different person. We are transferring from one of our account to another account, which belongs to same as, right? Okay. So the same thing we will receive into a particular account. So we also update it, right? It's the same thing. The only difference is that now this will be what? Plus, right? And the ID will be to account. And here we want to return the data of where we are transferring to. We also want to return the data because we have the data of the account we are transferring from already, but we don't have this one. That's why I'm returning it. That's why and since I have the transfer from account, that's why I didn't return this, but I want to return this, right? Okay. Now, when we return it, we need to insert the transaction, right, into the transaction table so that we know that there has been transfers, right? Okay. So the description will be transfer, then from account name, right, to the account name. That is this account, the name, right? So meaning if I'm transferring from cash to, let's say, crypto, so cash to crypto, right? Okay. So that's here. And we need to insert that record into the table, into the transaction table. So we'll insert the transfer. So we say that insert into that. We have done this over and over again, right? So we put the description, which is up here, right? And put the various, and this is an expense because we are transferring, it's an expense to you. Okay, so I transfer this. Now, when you transfer it, now the transfer is an expense to me, let's say from my cash account, but I'm transferring to another account, which is crypto, but it becomes income there, right? So we also need to save that. Now, let's do some simple thing here. Assuming I have 10 in my account, let's say account A, I have 10 in it, right? Account B, I have 5 in it. So if I transfer from here, right, 5, if I transfer 5 from here to here, right, so then I receive, let me put -5 here, then here I receive +5, right? So here will now be 10, right? So if we subtract from here -5, so now here your balance will be 5, right? Okay, and here will be 10, and it will still be 15. So the total will still be 15 of both accounts, right? Great. It will still be 15. So if you it will still be 50, but if you add up the transactions, right? If you add up the transactions, it will not tally because you only have -5 here, which is this one we have saved, right? So we also need to save the +5 we are receiving here. We also need to save the +5. I don't know if it's clear to you. So we need to save the expense and also save the same amount we are transferring to that account. It becomes an income that we need to save it so that when we add the data from our transaction table, it will match our account balance when we put everything together. Else it will not match. Else it will be like you have more money in your account, but the transactions will not match up to it. It will be less, right? Okay, so we need to also save it as an income. Okay, I hope you understand what I mean. Okay, so with that one, I'll also compose a different description, right? This is received. We are receiving from this account to this account, right? Okay, and also the same thing, but this time it will also be an income, right? So we also insert into it, right? But this time it's an income. So like similarly, but it's an income this time. Okay. Then let's commit all the changes, right? Okay. So we commit all the changes and now we return that transfer is completed. So until all becomes successful, the operation will not be committed. Okay. I hope you understand. Okay, great. It's a bit lengthy, but I hope you understand. Okay, if you don't get it, you can, re-watch it again. Okay, so now let's talk about our dashboard. So let's get the user ID first. Okay, and let's also get total income, which will be equal to 0, and cost total expense, which will also be equal to 0. Okay. Okay, so now I'll bring a query which will fetch data. Okay, so this will fetch data, right, from the transaction. We want to select type. This time we are not selecting all, we want to select the type, whether it's an income or expense, right? And also sum them by the amount, right? Okay, so we'll sum them, we'll get the summation of income and expense. We sum the amount. So this is how we sum it, right? Okay, we sum it as total amount from the transaction table where user ID is equal to this, right? And we group it by the type, right? So the grouping will be by type. So all the types, income will be grouped and the amount will be summed as total amount and the expense will also do same, right? Then we'll get the record here. Now it will be 2. It will not be 1. That's why we are not fetching the first index. We want to get all the rows, right? Because it will come 2 rows, the income and the expenditure row. Okay. So when it comes like that, we need to perform an action, right? So we say transaction dot for each, right? So with each of the record that we receive, transaction, right? Okay, so that we format it into a format that will be suitable for us. So we'll say that if we just want to mark over it, if transaction, right, dot type is equal to income, right? So if it's income, right? Okay. If it's income, we'll say total income, right, should be plus transaction dot total amount. This total amount. Okay, great. The A here will be small letters, so let's be mindful of that. It's escrow, that's what will come, right? Okay, so sorry. Okay, so transaction, the value in it, then we add more. That's this plus equal to, right? We can also say equal to, then put total income plus, right? But I think this is the simplest way to do it. Okay. This should be here. Okay, great. Okay, if it's not that, meaning it's an expense, so we'll just say total expense, right, plus equal to this also. Okay, great. So this will help us get the total income and total expense. Okay, great. Now let's calculate the available balance. So we can just say const available, right? Okay, so now the available balance will just be the total income, right, minus total expense. Okay, right, that will be your available balance. Okay, now let's also perform an action to get the aggregation of records, right? Because we need to get all the records for a year. So I'll copy this code and bring it here. We want to fetch, the graph, right? The graph should be between a year. So, right, we're going to say, so aggregate transactions to sum by type and group by month. Okay, so that's what we're getting here. So we're getting the year. So we get the current year, right? And we'll get the start date, which will be the year we are in. And this is the month, right? And this is the first date. Okay, so if you check in JavaScript, the month starts from 0 to 11. So 0 is January and 11 is December, right? Okay, great. So the year, the month, and the first day, right? And the end will also be the same year. Then this will be 11, right? And it will end on 31st. And this is the time, right? So when this time passes, then it moves to another year, right? Okay, great. Now, this transaction is a bit long, so let me just copy and bring it here. So how are we fetching it? Great. So it's the same whole query, right, that we have. We have the text and the value part. Okay, so we are saying we should select, right? When we select, we should extract the month from the created at date. So SQL has this command to extract the month. So since it's a date, right, we want to extract the month from it. So we extract the month from this as this. So we extract it and return it as month. Then we also select the type and also sum the amount, right? The amount, because we also group in it. So we sum the amount as total amount, right? Okay, as total amount. From where? From the transaction table, where the user ID is equal to $1, right? And the created at date is between, like we did about there, is between this $2 and $3. And we want to group by the month we are extracted, right? We want to group by the month we are extracting from the date, right? Okay, great. And the type. So we want to group by month and type. So we have maybe this month, May income, right? May and income as one, and May expense as also different one. So that if we remove the type, income and expenditure all will be grouped as one, but we don't want it that way. We want to group by the month and the type. You understand? So the ID and the dates are also provided here. Okay, so now we need to do some simple thing. So I will just, okay, let's now organize the data, right? So I'll say organize data, organize data. Okay, so how are we going to organize the data? So const data should be equal to new array, right? We want it to be in a particular format. Okay, now since we are talking about a month, we need to get a year record, right? So we want to have an array of 12, right? So we use the fill function to fill it from January to December, right? So we have 12 here. January to December is 12, right? Okay, so that's why we're using 12, right? Okay, to fill it, right? Then we map, then we do map. Okay, So we'll not need the data. That's why we put in this. All we need is we want to do something. Okay, we'll use only the index is what we need. Okay, we need the index. We don't need any data from it. We don't need anything. We need only the index. Okay. So when we get the index, now we'll say const month data should be equal to result, right? Where is the result? The result is coming from here, right? Okay. So result dot rows, right? Dot filter. So we need to filter it. When we filter it, we're going to get each item, and we'll need to return by pass int, right? We want to make sure that the month is an integer, right? So the item dot month, right? It will not return the string, but it will return, it'll return them as numbers, right? Okay. Return them as numbers. Okay. So now SQL will not return it as 0 to 11, but this time from 1 to 12, right? Where 1 is January and 12 is December, right? Okay, so we just want to make sure we convert it to an integer and it's not a string, right? Okay, so we want to return where the month, right, is equal to the index. And since the index will start from 0, we add 1 to it, right? Okay, so we're getting it this way. Okay, so so result, is it result or result? Okay, so result. Okay, so result dot rows dot filter, right? Okay, dot filter, and we get each item and return pass int the item, right? Okay, we're equal to index plus 1. Okay. Oh, okay, great. Now when we get that, now we can say const income, it's equal to the month data that we have dot find, right? Okay, we find an item and return where the item dot type, right? Okay, item dot type is equal to income question mark total amount or 0. Okay, great. So we just want to find the income, where we just want to find from the month data, right? Okay, we'll find from the month data. Now it will be good. We'll find from the month data and the month data, right? Where the item dot type is equal to income. We find the total. If we don't get it, we pass 0, right? Okay. And we can do same for expense, right? So const expense will also be equal to month data expense. Okay, great. So now let's return. So return label as. Okay, so I have a utility function. Now I don't want to return the numbers, right? So I'll go into the labs folder here in the index file here, and I'll bring this, right? I am just saying export function get month, right? So we take the index, right, and pass it inside here. We have January to December. So this will be index 0, 1, all the way to 11, right? So we just return this on the basis of which index. I don't want to return 1 or 0 or 1. Yeah, I want to return the actual month. So I'll bring this and pass the index, right? And pass the index. Okay, then pass the index. And where is the index? Okay, the index, we are still inside this, so we still have this index, right? And pass the index to get the actual month. Let me make sure here it has the JSS libs/index.jss. Great. Okay, great. Then I'll return the income amount and also return the expense. Okay, great. Okay, So when we are done with that, we also need to fetch the last transaction. So I'll just copy that one. You know how we fetch data. It's not a big deal. Okay, so we want to fetch the last 5 transactions, right? So last transactions, we select all from transaction table where user ID, it's equal to this, right? And we order by the ID in descending order, meaning the recent one will be first, and we use the limit function to limit it, right? Okay, so we limit it to 5. Okay, then we just get it here. We also need to fetch our account, right? So I'll just bring that one also, same thing. We fetch from the account table, right? And limit it to 4. Now, because by default in our front end, we'll set it to only 4 accounts, right? We do not allow you to create different accounts. You can only create cash account, crypto, and there are just 4 types, right? So that's why I'm limiting it to 4. Okay, great. So when we are done, we need to return all this, right? So I'll just copy my return, my response, right? So response with 200 being okay. Okay, so success, return available balance. I want to believe available balance. Okay, so return the available balance, the total income, total expense, and the chart data will be the data that we have formed up here, which will be within the 12 months, right? Okay, then the last transaction as well as the last account. Okay, so let's go and check. I'll bring my Postman again. Okay, so I'll take the authorization token. I hope it hasn't expired. Go to my collection, go to transaction here. Okay, how do I get transactions? Okay, let me change the token here and also change the end this to 5,000. Let me also change the date, right? Change the date to May, let me see, 20th, right? The set should be now, and let's run it and see. Okay, so message is that cannot destructure property of user ID body as it is undefined. Okay, so I believe it's from get transaction here. Okay, so this should be user, not user ID. Okay, great. Let's try it again. We send. Okay, so now we get a response, right? So now we have the data, right? 2 information. Okay, 2 transactions. Okay, great. So this one works. Let's check how we can get a dashboard info. Dashboard info. I'll change the ports to 5,000. Okay, and change the authorization token also. Okay, it's also a get request, so send and see if it works. Okay, so assignment to constant variable field. Okay, field assignment to constant variable. Let's check from our terminal. Okay, so this here, if I click on it, okay, here. So let's change this to let instead, right? Yes, when we use the const, it's a constant variable, we cannot change it. Okay, so let's use let so we can update it. Okay, great. So send and let's see. Okay, so now we have the records. So we have the available balance, the total income, and the total expense, right? And the chart data, you see. So it's in this format. Okay, great. And we are in which month? Okay, I don't believe there is this. Okay, there is transaction. So I believe there should be records of such. Okay, because we have this records, right? Okay, and this is the account information. So, and this is also the account information. Okay, so the month here, we are in this month, right? May, and it's supposed to have a value, but it's 0. And I believe it's from here. Here should be total amount, right? Because if you remember, we were returning it as total amount, right? Yeah, great. So total amount, great. And let's try it again and see. Okay, so month. Okay, great. So now you can see that there is an income, there's no expense. Okay, so let me still copy this and go to transfer money and see. Okay, also change the port 5,000. Okay, put this. Okay, so in the body here, I'm going to transfer, from which account? Let's say from account ID 1. Okay, I don't have any other account again, so let me go create another account. I only have one account, right? So I'm going to create cash account, and that one I'll put only one in it. Yeah. Let me also change the account number. Okay, and send. Okay, so that one has ID 2, right? So if I go back here, transfer. So I'm going to transfer from 1 to 2, and I'm going to transfer 100. Okay, so if I send, let's see if it will go through. Okay, so cannot read property of undefined regarding account name. Okay, so let's go and check. Okay, so here account name, and it should be on this line. Okay, this, right? So the transfer to, okay, transfer to account. Okay, so I don't think. Oh, okay, sorry. The to account should be the account number should be 2. Okay, great. So let's send again. Okay, so the transaction it's successful. Okay, great. So now let us do if we go to get transactions again, right? And get transactions and do check. Okay, so now you can see that we have received and transfer from here. Great. Okay, great. And here, I think our dashboard information also will have to change. Will change. So now you can see our balances has increased, and here also there is an expense now. Okay, so how do we also add transaction? Yeah, let's test that one also. Okay, so I'll change the token. Okay, go to the body, raw, and okay, so this is the description. This is the source, and this is the amount. Yeah, okay, 1,000. Okay, great. So I'll also change the port number here, 5,000, and I'm from account number 1, right? Account ID 1, and let's see. Great. So transaction also goes through, and here, let's get transaction and see if we get 6 here. Okay, great. So we have 6. Yes, great. It has been inserted successfully. Okay, great. So now we've been able to test all our endpoints. In our next section, we'll create our front end and add it. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you. Hello, friends. Welcome to the second part of our full stack expense tracker application. And in this episode, we are going to do with our front end. So we are using Postgres database. If you want MongoDB, check the link to the description. You'll find a main stack source code. And also the source code to this project the link will be in the description. So you can find that of the Postgres as well as that of MongoDB. If you want MongoDB, the link will be in the description. Okay. Okay, so this is where we left off the other time. We created our backend, and in this episode, we are going to create the front end. We'll be using Vite. So if you haven't watched the first part, make sure you watch it. Okay, so I'll create a folder here. Front end, or okay, I'll just open my terminal and paste the command. All right, let me make it big. Press on enter. Okay, so as you proceed, I'll click yes. And the name of the project, I'll just give it front end. You can give any name of choice. I'll select React, use the arrow down key to select. We're just going to use JavaScript. Okay, so according to the command, we should cd into front end. So cd front end, right? And now run npm install. Okay, so if you check here, you can see that there are no node modules. So npm install or npm I to to kind of install all the packages. So npm install. Okay, so I type npm. I type npm. It's supposed to be npm. So npm I should also work for you. Okay, so whilst it is creating, okay, so let's set up our app. So to kind of speed up the process, I'll just copy and paste my packages. Okay, so we created a front end dashboard, right? So I'll copy some of the codes from there. So make sure you watch the dashboard part. Okay. Okay. So I'll paste my packages. We use headless UI, Axios, the CLSX to combine classes and file saver. You notice that you can download the expenses into Excel file. So we'll use that. And if we're able to integrate Google Sign-in, we'll use Firebase. Okay. And okay, so here we also use the Firebase hook for the signing, and here we use React hook form for validations, React icons, JSON to Excel, right, so that we can convert JSON files to Excel format, and also React router them for navigation and reach out for the chat. So now for the notification, right, and UID to generate account numbers, right? Okay, and the Excel, yeah, as well as we use I don't remember if I use Zod, but let's see. And Zostan. Okay. So before we can also install all of this. Okay, so okay. Great. So whilst it is installing, let's go to okay, maybe I can just tailwind css okay .com, and I'll just search for Vite or Vite. Okay, so install Tailwind with Vite. Okay, so we need to create a project. We've done that. Navigate to the project. Now we need to install Tailwind as a dev dependency. Okay, so let's hang on a while. Okay, so I guess it has been installed. Yeah. Okay, so now let's paste this command and go back again. Okay, so we also need to initialize it. Okay, great. Also paste this and let's go back. Okay, so we need to replace the content with this. We go into the tailwind config file. Okay, so tailwind.config.js, and in the content we'll put what we copied, this, right? Okay, so yes, it targets all the files, ts, js, or jsx. Okay, so just copy this and put it inside the index.css file. Okay, so index.css. Okay, here. So possibly I can remove all of this and just put that one. Okay, great. And what's next? Now we can run the app and test it. Okay, but before we run it, let's do some cleaning. Okay, so the app.js says here. Okay, so we can remove all of this and just put h1 that says hello. Okay, and let's start it and see if our classes are working, right? So we're going to say font dashboard and test dash 5 Excel. Okay, 5 Excel. We'll also not need the app.css, so we can remove it. And what again? Okay, so here we've removed all of this, so let's remove it. This also does not exist. Okay, so to remove all unused import, you can just click on Alt, Shift, and O to remove it. Okay, you press them at the same time. Okay, so I think we can start up our app and see. npm run dev, I believe. Okay, okay, great. So it's here. Okay, great. And I think our styles are also working perfectly. So if I change the color, so it's a test, let me give blue 500. I think it should change as well. Okay, great. Okay, so how do I get all of these classes? Now you can have these extensions. Just go to extensions and make sure you have Tailwind IntelliSense. Okay, you have this. That is when you can get the auto suggestions, as well as you see that when you hover over it, you're able to see the CSS classes. Great. So make sure you have that one. You can also have something like ES7. You can also have this install, right? It will help you to get some boilerplate codes, right? As well as others I may not be able to mention. Okay. So make sure you have these two, at least you have these two. Okay, great. So now let's set up our project, fast structures. Okay. So here we will need components. Okay. We'll also need the various pages, right? So we'll need pages. We'll need pages. Okay. We'll also need libs, or you can say also say utils in one. Okay. And we'll also be using Zustand. So I'll just say store. Great. So now let's start from the various pages that we'll need. Okay. So inside the pages we'll have sign in and sign up, right? So I'll put them to one page. That will be like auth slash sign up.jsx. Okay, and I can just say RAFCE. Okay, great. So you can just create for me a function. This is as a result of you having installed ES7 plus, right? Great. When you install that one, you can just type this code to get started. Okay, I also create another one that is signin.jss and also RAFCE. and say sign in. Okay, great. So inside the pages, we also have account page.jss, RAFCE, account page. Okay. So what again? We can have the dashboard.js, RAFCE, dashboard, dashboard. Oh, okay. We also have settings page, settings.js, RAFCE. Okay, so I guess these are the pages that we'll have. Okay, so if there be any other thing we'll need, I think we can add it as we go on. Okay, so let's quickly set up our navigations. So go into the main.js, right inside the main here. Okay, so here we need to wrap our app around the browser router. So what we can say is browser router. Okay, and our app should go inside like this. And let's import it from, okay, React router DOM. Okay, great. If you don't wrap it like this, there is no way you can use the browser router. Okay, or I mean React router DOM. Okay, now let's go inside our app, and there we're going to have the various routes. Okay. Okay, so here we need to import a few things. So okay, so we will need to import these things from React. So we need to navigate, we need the outlet, route, and routes. Okay, so instead of returning this, we can return a main tag. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so here we are going to have the various routes, plural, right? And inside this, we'll have the various routes. Okay, so like I'll be giving a suggestion here. Okay, so now we are going to have public as well as private routes. Okay, so I'll remove this two. Okay, so this two here can be like sign in. Okay, can be a public route as well as sign up a public route. So I will import the sign in component from here. Let's make sure we're exporting them. So here, sign in. Okay, I'll bring it here. Let me import sign in. Okay, great. Let me also import. Oh, I guess it's my fault. This is supposed to be capital. Also capital. Okay, great. Okay, and this also sign up. Import sign up from sign up. Okay, I don't know why the auto import is not working. Anyway, let's continue. Okay, and so this will be public route. So in order to have a private route, how can we do it? How we can do it? We can have routes, right? And inside this route, there will be the other routes. Okay, so great. So now we have one route, and inside this route, whenever we visit any element inside this route, right, we will have to pass it through we'll have to pass it through a layout, right? Let's call it root layout. Okay, so we'll pass it through, and if the conditions are satisfied, then we can return the various endpoints in here. Okay. Okay, so we'll have a route with the element of here. The element will be navigate. Okay, so we have the navigate command. We have imported it up there already. Okay, so whenever we visit a path, and what will be the path? The path will be // Whenever we go to // we want to redirect the user to So we want to redirect the user to overview, or you can say dashboard, anything. Okay, so whenever the user visits // right, we want to redirect it to overview. Okay, and here the overview. Okay, so here, so we'll redirect the user to the overview, then we'll show the dashboard page, dashboard. I don't know why. Okay, so let me also import the dashboard from dashboard. Also import I guess it's settings from /pages. No, pages / great settings. Okay, let's also import the account page from the same point. No. Okay, /account page. Great. Let's also import transactions. Now, I don't think this is transactions page. Just transactions. Great. Transactions. Okay. I want to believe each one of them will work. Okay, so here we'll return this, and then next we can just duplicate. Okay, so after overview or dashboard, we can have the transactions, which will show the transactions page. We can have settings. So all of this will be protected routes. We can duplicate it one more and say accounts, and this will go to accounts page. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I want to believe. So now let's create this root layout. Okay, so we can create it up here. Say cons root layout should be equal to a very simple. Okay, it's very simple. Okay, so I'm just gonna so here what we can do is first we need to get our user, which for now will be now. Okay, so if we can set our tokens. Okay, we'll come back to that later. So let's return if user does not exist, right? If user does not exist, we will navigate, great, to the sign-in page, right? Meaning the user has no account. So we need to return for the user to log in or sign in. Okay, so if the user exists, then our Navbar will come here, which does not exist for now. Okay, then here we'll show the outlet. Okay, outlet. Great. Okay, so what we are saying is that if the user does not exist, we'll go back to the sign-in page, right, for the user to sign in. Here we can put replace to true. Okay, but if the user exists, then whatsoever page the user is visiting will show up here. Okay, I think by now it should be running. Okay, so and if you check up here, you can see we are in the sign up page. So let's try going to login page, and you see we still come back to sign in, and we can visit the sign up, right? But we can't go to any page. I think overview. You see, so this is how we can protect our app from the front end like this. Okay, so this is the setup. So in the next section, okay, I guess we can set up Zustan straight up from here. Okay. Okay, so let's also go into the store here and create index.js file. I'm just going to paste this. So we're importing Zustan from, we are importing create from Zustan. And what we do again is we are creating a store called use store. You can give it any name, right? So use store, we just want to say, so we'll know that. And we use the create, and there is a set function, okay? So here we have a team variable, which will check from our local storage if we have it saved there. If we have it saved there, we'll use that. If not, we'll by default set it to light. We also have the user, which will check if the user is stored on our local storage. If not, it will also be null. And there are also a set function to set the theme, which will receive a value as a parameter or argument and set the theme to the value that will receive. And there's also, you can also give it any name, okay? And there's also another function, set function of set credentials, which will receive the user values and set the user here to that value, right? Okay. Okay, so because we have the same name, that's why we're doing like that. Else it could have been like user is to user, right? But because of the same name, that's why. Okay, they also have the sign out, or you can say log out. Log out, we don't need to receive any parameter or argument. We just set the user to null, and that's all. Okay, great. So we can go back here and now use our use store. Right. So here we can say use store, which is coming from our store, not from Zustan. Right, great. Here. And now here we'll receive the state. I can say state. Okay, and return the state. And in it, we'll receive okay. For now, let's just say user and try to console log it for you to see the values that comes. Okay, so I'll go to the browser again, go to inspect elements. Okay, to the console, and I'll now try to visit the home page. Great. So now you can see that we have the values logged here. We have, everything. We have the team, and this. At this point, we only need the user. So to get the only user, we can destructure it like this, right? And if we go back, now you can see that the user is now. Okay, great. So I think it will still work. Great. Okay, so it still works. Okay, so this is the setup. Don't forget to like and subscribe. In the next episode, we'll begin with our authentication pages. Thank you. Okay, so now let's talk about how we're going to do this page and this page. Okay, so let's start from sign up. Okay, so here I'll just go to sign up. Okay, so sign up here. But before then, let's go into the app.js here. Great, and let's just provide some few classes to this. Okay, so let's say we want the width to be full and a minimum height of screen, right? Also want pattern x of 6 and a bg of gray dash 100, and on md we want the right, and on that theme we want the bg color of slate 900. Okay, great. That'll be all. And let's also go inside here and provide classes. Okay, so here also want the min height to be we need to calculate, right? So we're gonna calculate. You see, we've already taken the minimum height of full screen, right? And because we have a navbar, we need to calculate and deduct the height of the navbar from this one. Okay, so that's why we're using the calculate function. So height of screen, right? Great. Minus 100 pixels, which is for the navbar. Okay, great. That's all. So now let's go into here, sign up page. Okay, so there are a few things I would like to bring on board, and one of them is I created some few components, right? So I was just kind of mimicking Shartsian, right? Okay, so I'll just bring them into this component. Great. Okay, so I have them here. So I have the bottom, I have the card, and I have the input. Okay, great. So if you've ever used Shartsian, you know that yes, we are using this class to combine the classes, right? And we have the default, the outline, the ghost, and the link, as well as we have the various classes for sizes, right? So we'll pass all these props, and now we'll render the bottom here using this to combine the classes. Okay, and these are the default styles, and on the base on the variant that you selected, we'll render the appropriate classes from here. Okay, so then we'll put in the children. Okay, so same for the card, kind of similar, as well as the input, kind of similar as well as Shartsian. Okay, so nothing too complicated. Okay, now I also want to bring my schema. So here I'll just copy and paste the schema. So I have a register schema which uses Zord. So I'll just import it. Okay, so let me import or as Z from Zord. Okay, great. Okay, so that's it. Now in here, we'll also need to get the user, which is coming from our use store. Make sure you don't import it from Zustan, but rather from the store that we created. Okay, great. And let's also get a few things from useForm hook. Useform. Okay. And useForm, it's coming from import from React hook form. So now I think I can import this. Great. Okay, so inside it, we'll have something like the register. We'll have the handle submit. We can also have the error. Okay, great. In order to catch the form error. Okay. And inside this, we want to pass our resolver. Okay, then we'll pass, we need to get Zord resolver. Great. Then we'll pass our schema. Okay, so let's also import Zord resolver. npm I, then capital D, then Zord resolver. Okay, so it's here. Hook form resolver is here. Okay, so I think now I have it. Okay, so now we pass it here to check for all the validations. Okay, great. Let's also get the navigate hook. Navigate also to be used navigate from React Rotterdam. Okay. We also need some state loading and set loading, which will be a use state hook. Okay. And okay. So we'll also need our on submit handler. Great. For now, we'll just let me just console log the data. That's all.
And we also need to check if the user is already logged in and try to visit the sign up page. We want to redirect the user back to login. So in order to do that, we need a use state, which will have a dependency of the user. So every time the user changes, we'll fire that use effect. Okay, then we'll check if user exists, right? Then navigate. We use the navigate hook. Navigate. Then we navigate to home page. Great. Okay, supposed to one. Great, like this. Okay. So now let us come here. Okay, so here all we need to is now to have a classes, right? We'll have it to be in flex, items to center, justify to center. We have a width of full and a main height of also screen, then pattern top and bottom of 10. Okay, inside this now we'll import the card we took from. Okay, so this card component from here, I'm going to use it, right? Okay, so I'll just import card. Okay, let me bring it here. So I'm going to say import this from dot slash dot slash components slash UI slash card. Great. And I'll need the card. Okay. Okay, so here let's give classes to the card. Okay, so I'm gonna have a width of 400 pixels. Okay, 400 pixels, a BG of white, and on dark I want a BG to be black /20 for opacity, and I'll have shadow, not none, shadow of MD, and overflow also of hidden. Okay, great. Now inside this, I'm gonna have one div. Now let's have styles. You gotta have pattern of 6, and on MD, the pattern should be 8. So here I will put the card header. Great. Which will have a style of PY0. Great. And inside this, I'll have the card title, and I'll put styles. Will also be MB of 8, test center. Okay, and on dark, I want the test to be white. Okay, and the test will be just create account. Okay, great. So let's see. In order to make the dark theme work, this is what we can do. You just need to put this, right? Okay, so I'm just going to replace my tailwind config file. Okay, so I have all of these classes, right? Great. And I've added dark theme to also dark mode to class. Okay. So now if we go here, it should work, and it's here. Great. Great. So I'll leave all of this in the description for you to get it. So we're done with the header. Let's come here to the card content and give a class name of also p-0. Okay, card content. Okay, so inside it, I'm going to have form with no action. Great. Now on submit, So on submit, we're going to call the handle submit from React hook form, which is this one. Then we'll pass our own on submit function to it. Okay, great. So on submit, great, like this. Okay, let's also give a little bit of classes here. We just want to use space of y of 4. Great. So inside this, we have a div with classes of mb8 and space y of also 6. Okay, so inside it, I'll call my social auth, right? Pass is loading. I'll pass is loading as loading. Then set loading also as set loading. Okay, great. So I'll just bring my social login. Okay, so I'll just put it inside this component because this will be the same on login or on sign up. Okay, so actually, okay, we'll look at it. Because if you remember from our backend, we did not implement accepting social logins, right? But I'll give you the trick so that you can implement it on your own. Okay, so one thing you can do is just go to Firebase, right? Firebase, and make sure you create a new project. Now, when you add a new project, make sure you add a web app. You install and you copy all your credentials. So if I go to like project settings, I should get all my credentials here, right? So, and make sure you enable authentication. Just enable authentication, and that's all. That's all you need. You copy it. So I can just copy my config file. I don't have to create a new one. Okay, so I'll just copy and paste my config file inside my libs. Okay, so there's it. Great. So just create a new Firebase project and install Firebase. It has already been installed, and just bring it up here. Okay, just import it. And we also installed React Firebase hook that we get in the auth, use auth. So we have state here. We get in the user from our store, and also we get in which provider is selected. And by default, we can also use GitHub, but I only used Google. So we set it to default user, and also the set credential here. Okay, so here we have the Google sign in, and there's also GitHub. And the reason is GitHub was not returning the email address. That's why I didn't use GitHub. However, you can implement it if you want to accept that. Okay. So here, okay, so here we use the provider. We get the provider, which is imported up here from Firebase auth. Then we set the selected provider to Google. Then we use the sign in with pop-up, right? We pass the auth, which is coming from our Firebase config. Then we send the provider, right? Okay, so this will return us the user information. And here we want to save into the database. So we get at the information, right? So we get that information from the display name, the email, and the selected provider, as well as the UID. Okay. Okay, so here we'll get the user information into the use auth state. So when the auth state changes, we'll get the user information here. And that is where we are extracting them here, right? And we set the loading to true. Then we make an API call to our backend to the auth slash sign in using Axios. Then we'll create this API endpoint soon. Okay, so I can just remove this. Great. And if the user exists, we bring a toast message and we set the user information into our store, then also the user into the local storage. Okay, great. Then we pass the information, and that's all. We just redirect the user to overview, and that's all. Okay, so here I commented the bottom, right? I can also uncomment it like this, but we're not going to use it. So Okay, so that's why let me put a comment. Okay, great. So this is it. And here, if I put it here and let's see if I can import it. Okay, so now let's check here. There is an error of API calls. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to copy my API calls. Okay, so I'll also go into the libs here and put this and put this there. Okay, what is in this API call? We're importing Axios from Axios, and we are pointing to our server, which is localhost, I think it's 5,000, right? /v1, this, and we are creating a base URL of this API. Okay, great. And in here, okay, okay, and here we also want to set the token, right? So when we have a token, we'll set the token. Okay, so this set token, we can use it very simple. And now we export this API here. Okay, so with this set token, we can go here. Now here, we can just call set token, import it, then pass, I think user should have token. Okay, something like this. Okay, so if the user has a token, we'll pass it. Or we can say, yes, if this exists, else we can pass nothing. Okay, so if the user has a token, meaning the user is logged in and there's a token, we pass a token. If there is no token also, we just leave it to null or empty value. Okay, so let's also pass, let's also make sure we set up our toast notification to in order to have it. So I'll import toaster from, yes, okay, and I'll pass rich values to be true, and position, I want it to be top dash center, I believe. Okay, great. And I want to believe this is imported. Okay, great. Okay, this is also here. So inside our social sign-in, we can import our API API from libs. Let's make sure the path works correctly. Okay, this ought to be inside here. That is why the path is not working. Okay, so here, if I now go here, yes, okay, great. So now it works. Okay, great. So now let's see if it'll work. Okay, so now we have this here. So if I go and uncomment the GitHub, great. So if I uncomment it like this, I make sure import this icon, fa GitHub from React icons, fa. Hmm. Okay, so what might be the issue? It's fa GitHub, and this is also from oh, sorry, this is fc. Okay, so I need to import this from fa, and I believe it should work this time. Okay, okay, great. So like this. Okay, but I do not want to use GitHub, so okay, great. So we have it like this. So okay, let's continue. So we have our GitHub. Now there's also a separator. I'll just bring that one, front end, src, and in here I have a separator. Okay, so this separator, I just created a separator, that will have a line and the test here, right? Okay, so this is nothing very special. So below this, I'll bring the separator like this. And if you check, you see that there is this line. Okay, so there's the line. Okay. Okay. So now let me also bring the input. Okay, so I have this input inside here. There is input. Okay, this input, and this is what I'm calling here. Okay, so let's make sure. Okay, great. So now let's provide the various props. We want it to be disabled when it is loading. Okay, great. I'm going to give an ID of also first name. Great. We can also give it a label of name. Okay, and name should also be first name. Okay, that's great. I don't know if even if we will need the name. Okay, let it be there. Okay, the type should be test. Okay, and the placeholder should be first name, or we can give example of John Doe or John Smith. Okay. Okay, and on error, we want to check if the error dot first name exists, right? Then there should be a message in it. Okay, and in this register, right? I will not do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spread the register function. And when I spread it, I will put the name register and say the name as first name. Great. Something like this. Okay, so I am registering the bottom as first name. Great. And now we can also have some classes. Okay, we can pass extra classes here. Okay. So I'll see the test should be XM small. There should be a border, and on dark border should be gray dash 800. On dark BG should be transparent, and on dark place holder. If you intend not to use that theme, you can just forget about this. Test should be gray dash also 700, and also on dark the test should be gray dash 400. Let me break it down. And lastly, on dark the outline should be none. Okay. Oh, it's errors. Okay, so let's check. Okay, so now we have this here, right? Okay, so I'll just copy and then paste the rest of the functions. Okay. Okay, so I copied two more. So I have another input also disabled, email, the label it's email, the type is email, placeholder. Your examples are there. Yes, on error. Also, they said we also spread the register function and also the same classes. Okay, here and also password. Okay, so let's see how it looks. Okay, so now we have this. Great. Okay, so now let's work on the bottom. Okay, so below this div, but still inside the form, we'll call our bottom. Okay, the bottom will have a type of submit. Also, let's have some class names. That is width of full and bg of violet dash 800. Also to be disabled on loading. Great. And now the children will be that if loading is true, we'll call our loader, pass some class name to the loader, right? Okay. And if it is not loading, then we just show up a test that says create an account. Okay, so let's work on the loader. The loader will have test to Excel and a test color of white, and we'll do animate dash spin. Okay, great. So we're just gonna use a React hook icon from BI. It's not important, so I can just come here and say import this icon from React icons slash BI. Okay. Okay, let's see if we're making progress. Okay, so we have it here. Okay, so now the validations work, but the name is not working. Okay. Okay, so maybe I can just put here dot main, right? Okay, so the minimum should be at least one. Let me say 3 characters. Then I'll just say name is required. Let's go and see if it works that way. Okay, so now it works. Okay, so name is required. Okay, so now I guess we have all. So what is left? It's also the buttons to navigate to the various pages. Okay, so that one will go below the form, but still within the okay, yeah, okay, the last div to the card, and let's import the card footer. Okay, so let's give classes to the card footer. It will also be justified to center, right, and a gap of 2. Okay, so here I'll just copy and paste the links. Okay, so we have a test that says that already have an account. If so, we are importing link component from React router DOM, and the path is to sign in page, right? And we just sign in. Okay, great. So I guess we should be fine. Okay, this, and now this will take us back here. Okay, so now we can copy the whole of this, right? And just go to the sign in page and just sign in here, and just replace everything. Change this to sign in, and also here to sign in. Okay, for now I think it should be the same. If we go back, okay, no changes. Okay, so now let's begin to a different schema. Okay, we'll only need email and password, so I can remove name schema and just call it login schema. Okay, login schema. And okay, yes, great. Okay, so with the sign up, I guess we can change one thing. We can enforce that the password should be at least 8 characters. Great. But on signing, it is not needed because they already have the password. It's not needed to make a minimum of 8. Okay, here I guess everything will stay same. So login schema. Okay, here also, okay, same. Here will be signing. Okay, so now we're getting some changes. Signing, everything else will stay same. We don't need name, we only need email and password. And instead of create account, we'll just say sign in. Okay. And instead of already have an account, says okay, and here we'll go to sign up. That's right. Okay, so here also the validations work. Go here, we go here. Great. So how do we sign up? Okay, so let's go to the sign up page. Okay, so when user click to submit the data here, okay, let's put a try catch. And if an error occurs, we first want to console log the error, the full error. And I also want to use the toast from Sona, right? Dot error. I will just say error dot response. I guess I can just copy and paste it. Okay, so like this, if the error exists, we'll just show the error like that. And finally, great, we'll set loading to false. Okay, so here, whether an error occurs or not, this finally block will still run. Okay, great. Okay, so here, now first let's set loading to true. Okay, when we set it to true, let's make a call to the backend. We're gonna have we'll need to destructure the data that comes, but we have another one here, data. So okay, let's rename this as response. Okay, great. Then let's use await, and this must be an async function. Await, then we await the API we created, import it dot. This is a post method. Okay, great. And now we need to pass our path, and the path is auth slash I think it's sign up. Yes, sign up. Then we'll pass the data. Okay, great. So we go to auth sign up, then auth and sign up. Okay, so if you go here, you can see the base URL is already here. That is why we are not putting the whole URL. Okay, great. So if the response has the user, okay, if it has the user, what we're going to do is give a toast dot success. Okay, account created. You can log in, kind of. Okay, then we'll use we want to use a set timer. So let's use set time out. Okay, so this set timeout will run after some few seconds because we want the user to see the toast message. So after 1500 milliseconds, then it will just redirect the user to the login page. Oh no, it's supposed to be sign in page. Okay, great. So that is how we can sign up. Let's go and try. Okay, so create account, validations work. So I'll say test user, test at mts.com, and I'll put a password of 123456, and you can see it's not allowing, right? Okay, so I think in order to make it user friendly, if the password length is less than 8, right, we will not just say password is required. You can say password must be at least 8 characters. Great. So that the user will know, great, password must be at least 8 characters. So I'll put 1 2 3 4 5 6 up to 8. And now I click on this. Great job. And now we have an error which we can inspect and see. I guess I know where it is coming from because our backend is not running. Great. Here, so I'll bring it back, cd into backend, and just say npm start. Okay, so port 5000, and once again double check port 5000. Okay, let's try again. And this time it goes through. Account created. Great. Okay, so now we are in the here. How do we also sign in? I guess we can just go here and copy the whole of this, right? And make changes. Great. So here we'll just put this inside here. Okay, so also same thing. Here will be the same thing. So the only thing that will change here is that now instead of we're going to change the route to sign in. So auth here will be sign in. We'll still pass the same data, right? Okay. And now here, if the user exists, we can also give the toast message, right? The it even comes with a, I think the response should even come with a message. Great. Yeah, let me put question mark if does not exist. Okay, also now let's gather the user info. User info. User info should be equal to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to spread the response.user. Then I'll add the token as response.token. Okay, I'll just spread the user data and attach the token to the user so that whenever we get the user, it has the token in it. Okay. Also, let's set our user to the local storage by calling it user. Oh, my bad. User. And we'll just use JSON stringify, then user. Great. Okay, so JSON stringify, then user. Okay, that's right. There should be a question, comma here. So once we set the user to the storage, we can also get the set credentials function here. And then we can just say that set credentials, right, to the user information. Okay, and also after some few seconds, we'll go back to let's go straight to the overview page. Okay, that's right. Okay, great. So let's go and test out, and I hope it should work. Okay, so the account was test at mts.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and if I do this 8. Okay, so it's not going, nothing is happening. Okay, so here, okay, so nothing is happening here. Okay, let me import this. Great. And let me also import the toast, I believe. Great. Apart from that, what again will I have to import? I guess I don't have. Okay, so I have, okay, yes, I think I have for now. So if I click here, okay, great, and I get access dinner, RRS something something. I don't know what it's RRS means. Okay, so I check here, there are a lot of errors. Okay, so let's go back and look for RRS. Okay, so here, okay, so okay, response, so this, great. And now I'll try this again. Great. And now I am logged in to the overview page. Great. So if I go back to here, I'll still come back to the overview. And if I want to go back to sign in or sign up, I am redirected. Okay, so now in the next session, we'll continue with this. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, so in this dashboard part, we'll not waste much time, because if you check on YouTube, that was the first, we created that first video. So if I go to, okay, so yeah, this is the playlist, right? Build expense tracker dashboard. So we'll not waste much time here. Okay, so we'll be doing a lot of copy and paste. Okay, so let's quickly fix the navigation bar. Okay, so I'll just copy the navbar. Okay, so inside the component, I'll paste the navbar. Okay, so we did this in the previous video, right? Okay, so I need to bring this transition component and even this switch. Okay, so here I'll paste the wrappers. Okay, so this wrappers have a dialog wrapper, right? And the transition wrapper. Okay, so in the transition wrapper, we are just using the transition from headless UI and the React fragment, right? Okay, so these things are keep being repeated. That's why I extracted into here, and I'll pass a child to it so that we don't have to repeat it. Okay, and this is also a dialog wrapper, right? So we're using the dialog from headless UI and a transition as well as the transition child. So we'll pass everything in here, and we get so we'll pass the children here, right? Okay, so the dialog children will come here. Okay, so I also need to bring a switch, okay, inside the component. I mean, we did all of these things. Okay, so the switch will also come here. Great. Okay, so yes, we also have the store here. Okay, so now we can import this. I mean, we did all of this in the previous in the first part. Okay, so I can just go into the app here, and where here we will import the navbar. Great. And let's see if we have the navbar there. Okay, great. So we have the navbar with the various pages. Great. And accounts. There seems to be a problem with accounts. Here it goes to accounts. Okay, so accounts, great, and settings, as well as theme. Okay, then we also have this. Great, right out of the box. Okay, so this is done. This is done. Navbar, switch, and this. Okay, so let's go into the dashboard. And in the dashboard, we will not waste much time, as I said. So I'll first copy and bring on some things here. Okay, so here in the dashboard, I am getting the URL, right? So sorry, I have first use states, which will hold the data values. Okay, so I have use states, so I have data and I have its loading, and I've also created a function, right? And the function is fetch dashboard stats, and we are using the base API we created, and we are passing this URL, right? Okay, so now when we get the data, we set the data here. If there be any error, also we console log it, as well as show a toast notification. Now, if the error comes and the error is auth field, meaning authentication field, we just want to clear the user storage, remove the user from the local storage, and that's all. Okay, so on a use effect, we'll fire this, we'll set this and that. Okay, we'll fire this in order to get this information here. Okay, great. So now I'll bring this. So if its loading is true, we just want to use our loader, and let me go bring the loader. Okay, great. So I have a loader here, which is just a div, right, with flex, item center, justify center, and we have a spanner from React FA icons, right? Just setting it to the center. Okay, so we just import loading here. Great. Now, okay, if it's not loading, then now we need to have some classes for this. Okay, great. So let's check here. Not this page. Okay, so we get an error. Good. Let's check what is the error about. Let me remove this, reload, and we are getting an error of very long one. Okay, I think use effect does not exist. Let's import use effect. Okay, so now we have the loader, meaning it's working. Let's see, we have the loader. Great. So I guess the data is being returned. Okay. So now I'll just bring this first part. Okay. So here we have the info. Okay. So the info, we are passing the title as a component. We are passing the title. We are passing the subtitle also. Okay. So I'll go bring this info component, with it all of this in the first part. Okay. So I have the info component, which accept the title and subtitle. It's a div, right? And we have each one to accept the title and a span tag for the subtitle. So I'll import this and also the start card and place it inside the component as well. Okay, so the start card will also have the various icon style, right? And we accept the data. When we accept the data, we have the total balance, total income, and total expense. Okay, so the total balance, the data that will come will have the balance field. And yes, and this is the icon. It will also have the income and the expense. So we'll pass the various data here. Okay, and we are just using the card we created, right? The card we created, we're passing this, we get the title, the icon here based on the item. Then the various other informations also here. Then we get the various other information also here. So we get the label, right? Which will either be income, expense, or whatever. Then also the this will also be the label, right? And the amount here. And we are using this function to format it to the currency. Okay, so let me go bring the currency formatter. So I'll copy this function and put it inside the lib. Okay, great. So so whatever we get to a particular function, will come and exploit it. But now we are on the currency format currency, right? So the format currency is that first we'll get the user info from the local storage, right? And when we get it and the value you send, it's null, we'll just return invalid input. If the value is not null, then we'll convert it to a number value, right? So we are saying type of value. If it's string, then we pass it to a float. Else, if it's float already, then there is no need to do anything again. Okay, so we are using the international standard, right? So of number format, and we're using the US. So the currency star, the star will be currency, and the currency will be whatsoever country the user selected. We have the currency code. So user dot what code. Okay, so I guess we didn't even use this one, so we can remove this. Yes, we didn't use that code. Yeah. Else we fall back to a default of USD, right? Okay, and the minimum a fractional point should be after the dot should be 2 zeros. Then we just format it using this number here and we'll return it. Okay, great. So I will go here and make sure I import that function. Great. And also I import this card. Card. Okay. I believe, okay, they are all here. Great. So basically that's the card. And now, so this is the card item here, and we map over the data and return the item card. Okay, so let me also import this, the stats. And let's go and see if we are making progress. Okay, so, okay, let me reload. Okay, so great. So now we have the card with 000 balance because we don't have any balance. Okay, so this is the info card and these are the stats card. Okay, great. We're making progress. Okay, so now let's continue. So now that we have the start card and the info, let's move to the chart. Okay, so I'll just copy and paste the chart as well. Okay, so here we have a div and we have the chart, right? So we have the chart component, and also if the data.total income exists, then we want to also show a donut chart. If there is no total income, there is no need to show the donut chart. Okay, so I'll also bring the chart. Okay, so I'll paste these two charts. Great. So I have the chart itself, right? So we did this in the first part. So I guess I also need a title. So let me bring the title. So I mean, it will be great if you watch that first video to understand how we did all of these things. Okay, so I have a title. Okay, so the title is just a paragraph, right? To give a title to the chart. Okay, nothing special. Okay, so in here, so we have, let me close this start and this. Okay, so in here, we have the chart, right? Which is this here. We also accept the data and we pass it using a reachart. We're using reachart. Okay, so reachart components that we just pass everything. We call the title also here. Okay, so this is the chart we are calling in here. Okay, so here, great. And also we call the donut chart, which is also coming from this pie chart. I guess pie chart here. Great. Okay, so here, donut chart. Great. Okay. Okay, great. So we have this. Now we have the chart. And since we don't have the balance, you'll not be able to see the donut chart, which is this one. Okay, great. So once we put in information, you should be able to see that. Okay. And the last one should be this table, and this information here. So with that, I'll also just copy. I'll just copy them like this. And below the div, I'll just put this, right? So we have the recent account as well as if the last accounts exist, the data exists, then we show the account, the various accounts. Okay, so I'll copy this and put it inside the component. Okay, so last transactions. So we are also using the these various inputs, import statements. Okay, we also have the currency, format currency and the title. Here we accept the data and we are using the link from React Router DOM and also the title that component we created. And we have table with the various headers, the other fields. They're listed here. Great. So it will be prudent if you can watch the first part. Okay. Okay. And I also copy the accounts. Okay. So I also copy the various accounts. Great. So this also uses. Yeah. So we also get great. Okay. So I guess we have a new function here. Okay. So this function also marks account numbers. It marks the account number. So it receives the account number. And if there is a type of string, we just convert it to, it's a string or it's less than 12. If it is not a string and it is not less than 12, right, then we'll return the account number. Else, what we have to do is first 4, right? So we'll take the first 4 numbers, right? Okay, using substring, then also the last 4, because we do not want to. Okay, let me show you what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, you see that we have the first 4 and also asterisk, then the last 4. We don't want to show all the account numbers, right? Okay, so this is just a simple trick. Actually, I use ChatGPT to create this, right? So we get the first 4 and the last 4, and we just put asterisk inside. Then we just merge the first 4, the asterisk, and the last. Yes. Okay, so that's what we're doing in using that function, right? So these are the various icons, and this is the this is it also here. Okay, so I'll also import this component. Great. And our dashboard should be done if we do not have any error. Okay, so we do not have anything. Okay, so what we can do is, I guess we can start from creating the account first, or let's go first to the settings page. Okay, so let's see if our dark theme works. I'm not sure it does. Okay, so I realize the dark theme is not working. So let's quickly fix that before we move on. So go to your app page here, right? Okay, and let us get the state from our store, right? Okay, so you can say, okay, yes, state, then this, we close it, and I want to believe we've imported this already. Okay. Now, because we are using headless UI components, right? If we attach the state here, right? If we attach it, the headless UI component will not be affected. In order to do that, we need to attach the theme to the main body of the elements here, not this particular main tag. We need to attach it to the main, right? So we use use effect. So make sure use effect is imported. Okay. We can have a callback with a dependency, and the dependency will be the theme. So whenever the theme changes, we'll fire this action again. Okay, so if then we'll check that if theme is equal to dark, right? If it's equal to dark, then we are going to say that document. Okay, so document no, let's say body. Okay, so the document dot body dot classless dot add, then we add directorate, else, right, meaning it's white. So what we're going to do, we're going to do the opposite. So we're going to remove, yes, we don't have to we don't have to add light, we're just going to remove the dark, right? Great. Okay, so let's check, and now you can see it works perfectly. So if I do this, then the dark class will be removed. If I click, now it has been added, removed, and add, remove. Okay, so now let's go to the settings page. Okay, so now let's come to this settings page. So we're going to have this session for our information, and this session to also change our password. Okay, so settings page. Okay, so let me close most of these things. Close others. Okay, bring this down and go to settings page. Okay, so in here we will also need to get the user. So I think we have it up here. So I'll just copy this and bring it here and import user from our store. Okay, so now let's begin. Okay, so in here, let's give some classes. We'll have it being flex. It should be flex call and items to center, as well as width of full. Okay, so let's have another div inside with class width of full, the max width to be 4XL. The px pattern x should be 4, pattern y also of 4, and margin top and bottom of 6. Great. We want a shadow of LG, and the BG should be gray 50. 50. Great. And on dark, it should be BG slate. Sorry, it should be black -20/20. Great. On MD, want a PX of 10, and on MD, MY of also 10. Okay, great. Now let's have one div which will take the title. Okay, this inside this. Okay, so here they will have our title. Title, great, with the title equal to general settings. Okay, so we can give some classes to this. We want pattern top of 6. We want a border bottom of 2, and the border should be gray 200. Okay, and dark border dash gray 800. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we have it this way and here. Okay, great. So now let's come down and let's have one div here, and let's give some padding. that is top and bottom of 10. Inside it, let's have a paragraph that will say profile information. Okay, we want to style it. We want the text to be LG, font of bold, text of black, and on dark text to be white. Okay. So now let's have one div. Inside this div, we have a class of flex, item center, a gap of 4, and margin y of also 8. Gap, good. Then we have another div, and inside that div we have a paragraph tag, and this paragraph tag will take the user, that the first name. They will only want to get the first character, so character at the index of 0. Great. So if we check, we should have the first character. Okay, so here is the index, right? If we change it to 1, it will be the second character. Okay, so we can give some class here. We can say it should be flex, item to center, justify to center. Or give a width of 12, a height of also 12. The text should be white. Okay, it should be rounded, full. The cursor should be pointer, a BG of violet, 600 or 500. Okay, great. Then now, I think, let's see if it does work. Okay, great. Now we can make the text a bit bold. So let me just add it to your font dash bold. And we can even give the text of 2XL. Let's see. Okay, great. So you can give whatever size you prefer. Okay. Okay, so it's good. Good. Okay, great. Okay, so now I also want to have the actual name. So after this, I'll just bring this, right, where I have a paragraph with font of X2. Yes, 2 semi-bold and the text black and this, and I'm rendering the name itself. So if I go, great, I'll have it like this. Great, great. Okay, so now let's have this form, right? Okay, so we're going to go down here. Okay, so make sure you left with 3 divs down, and we're going to have the settings form here. Let me comment it first. Then below it, we'll also have that if user account is not right, user dot provider is equal to they'll have to change password. Yeah. So what we are saying that if the user provider does not exist, right? If it exists, meaning it's a Google sign-in or any other social sign-in, right? If it does not exist, means that we use password, then we can render that form. Okay, so let's go into components. Okay, SRC. Okay, if I go into components here, I can have settings-form.jxs RAFCE. Okay, so settings form. Great. So let me make sure I import it here. Great. Okay, so in the settings form, what we're going to have there, first we'll need the user. Okay, since we've done some of the forms, so we'll need to get the user info from our store, right? We'll also need to get the hook form, and it's the resolvers, right? Okay, so So I'll also import them here. So I'm importing register, handle submit, and the form error, all using the use form from React hook form, right? And I also have this, the country selected. Okay, so let me import the UC state from React. The country that the user has selected, we'll first check if the user information contains that, right? If it does not, we'll pass now. Okay, great. And here we have the query and set query. We also have countries data, right? We want to fetch all the countries data and pass it to this. And here we also have loading and set loading. Okay, so here we can also create the on submit submit function, which will be an async function. We'll get the values and this. Okay, so we'll come back to it. Okay, and here if you also check from here, you can see that we can toggle our settings from here. I mean the theme. So that one I also just bring it since it's a simple function. Okay, so that one here we also just set using the set theme, right, and just change it. And because we have the use state here, whenever there is change here, it will be, I mean, it will change accordingly, right? Great. Okay, so we'll use this. Okay, so okay, I just want to bring the countries component, right? So I'll just paste this one here and let's go over it. I know it's a lot, but let's try to go over it. Okay, so in the countries data here, we are creating a component, right, which returns this this GSX. Okay, and we are using a combo box from headless. So make sure you import the combo box from headless UI here. Okay, great. Now, and I'm passing the selected country to it, right? The default selected country. And I'm also passing the set function to it. Okay, so now I have the combo box input also from headless, right? With the style of this. Okay, so let's go to index.css. Index.css and have some styles. Okay, so index.css. Okay, so I want to paste these styles. Now these styles will just be repeated, right? You know, they are for the various borders and yes, test colors, you know, of for the input, because it will be repeated. I don't want to keep repeating them. That's why I'm setting it here. Okay. So if you have a lot of repetitive classes, right, which is used in many places, you can use this format and just be calling it by the name. So I'll just put this name here, right? And that's what's here. Okay. And the display value will be the country, right? The country. Okay. Because the country has an object which has the country code, the currency, and the name. And the name itself is a country. Okay. So we'll have the country here. Okay. And also when we click on change, we just use the set query and get the target value and get the value itself. Okay. And we have the combo button also from there. And inside the combo button, we have an icon, which it's from React icon BS. Okay, great. Now, this is the dropdown itself where we are using the transition. Also from headless UI, React fragment, make sure you import from there. And we are setting the after leave filter, right, to the set query, which is now here. Okay. So now we have the combo box options, which will have the various options, right? Okay, which will have the various options. So, I mean, actually, I copied this from the headless UI component too. So now we have the filtered list, right? If the user will have a filtered list to get all the countries, so I will just copy and paste that one. Okay, so I will. Okay, so when we have the filtered list, right? If the filtered list is equal to now, then the query should be nothing. Sorry, the filtered list is equal to 0 and the query is also now, then we just say that nothing found, right? We don't have any country like that. Okay, but if it does not and we have a filtered list, then we map over them, right? Okay, so we'll map over them using this. Make sure you import. We get each country name and the index. The country name plus the index, right, as the key. We are getting the country here, the country, then its index. Okay, so the active here, I don't think. Okay, don't worry. So now we having these classes, then the value itself will be the country, right? That's the name of the country. And here it's what we actually rendering, right? We have an image tag where we'll render the country flag. Now the country comes with its flag. So we'll render the flag, we'll pass the SRC here and the name as the auth tag and the classes. Okay. And if it is selected, it will give a different, font style and background, right? Great. So this is what we have here. Let me also make sure I import this from, yeah. Okay. So this will be the combo for the countries. Okay, great. So let me bring the filtered list. Okay. So now here I pasted this three, this thing. Okay, this three. Now first we have the function to fetch all countries, right? So we'll have this fetch countries data, which will fetch all the countries and pass it here. They will pass it to the use state we created above, set countries data, right? Set countries data. When we set the countries data, then we'll filter it. So this will be the filter function, right? So the filter function will filter, will check if the query is null, then it will return all the country data. But if there is a query here, right, like we try to search a country, okay, so it will filter it on the basis of the parameter, compare it to the name, and we want to omit all case sensitivity, right? Great. So this is pretty simple. Now, how do we get that country data? Okay, so I believe in the libs folder here. Okay, this index, there is fetch country. Okay, great. Let's see if I have it here. Okay, great. So now when you go to this endpoint, right, you get countries, all the countries information. That is https:// res countries, great, rescountries.com /v1.1/all to get all the countries, and I format it to JSON. And if the response is okay, right, the status is okay, I just map over it. It has other parameters. I map over it and I get the currency. So if the country has a currency, I get it. If not, I just pass an empty object. I get a country code also. The country code is embedded in the currencies. I get a country code, then I format the object and return the country as the country name.common, right? That's the common name. Or now I also return the flag and the currency. Okay, so you can console log this information and return any information that you want to return, right? Okay. So I return all of this information, and here I do sorting. I just compare, right? Compare the list and just sort them alphabetically, right? By the country name. I just want to sort it so that we have it'll be in that kind of order, because sorted information, it's easy to navigate. Okay, great. So this is the information we are fetching countries. So I'll just import this function. Okay, great. So now let's continue. Okay. So here I will. Okay, so in this return here, great. So I'm going to change this to a form. Since it's a form, it's going to be a form so that we can use the onSubmit. So onSubmit, we'll call the handle submit from the use form, React use form. Then we'll pass our onSubmit form function to it. That is this. The function is up here. Great, this function. Great, we'll pass it to it. And let's give a little bit of classes. We just want space of y of 5. Okay. Inside this, I'll paste this one. So I have a div with flex column, MD, it should be flex row, item center justifies between, and gap of 4. Okay, so we have used the input again and again, so I'm not going to waste much time on the input. I'll just copy and paste the input. Okay, great. So I have this input. The name is input. Great. Okay, so the name is input, and this will be first name. The label will be first name, placeholder. You can put anything there. And here we're using the register function, we're registering it. And if it does not exist, we say first name, it's required. And if there be any error, we'll pass the error. Okay, we've used this again and again. So we can save this and go and check to see. Okay, I think we have a little problem. Okay, let me reload and see. Okay, so the problem is that use effect. I don't think I imported the use effect from here. Great. Okay, let's go and see. Okay, so now we have the use effect here and it works. Okay, so now we have this information. Great. So like we want to have, okay, so we have here and this one. Okay. And I think this one takes full. So let's go and see something. I think let's pass some classes here and say that width does full. And let me also pass same to this one. And let's see. Okay. Width full. Okay, let me also make this width full and see. Okay, so what I needed to do is just to wrap it in a div, right? Put each one in its container. I think the width full here is not working, wasn't working. So I decided to put the input into its own div, right? Okay, so I have this div which is flex, flex row, and on medium, column, and on medium will be row, right? And I place the each component in its own div, right? Okay, so this will be first name. First name. Okay. So first name. Okay, and here will be last name, I believe. So last name, and last name. Okay. So I believe because we have these classes are being repeated, right? So let's try if we can put it into its own something like this, right? So I would say input star. I don't know. This one is different. I don't know if they are the same, but let me. Okay, so let me say input star. Okay, so apply. Then I'll put that one here. Okay. Okay, so this is input styles and this is input star. I don't know the difference. I'll check later. But for now, in the meantime, let me put this one. Great. And let me see if it works as expected. Great, the same thing. Yes, it works. Okay. So I think now I can just duplicate them or copy and paste the others. So so now I have email and phone. Okay, great. So let's copy it again. So I'll copy the whole of this, right? I'll just duplicate it and change this. This one will be, let me select all instances, email, and let me also select all. No, not the first one. Okay. Okay, this will be phone, I believe, phone. Let's make it contact. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we have here and here. Great. So the next one is okay, so we have the combo box, right? Okay. So with that, I'll just copy and paste it below this one. Okay, I'll put this. Okay, so I have a div also here, which renders the countries, right, which we have up there. And there is also a list, yeah, a select for currency, right? However, it will only have one option, which will be the currency that the user selected based on the country. Here. Okay, so let's see. Great. It's here. Oh, okay. So I believe. Okay, so this one has the start of input styles, and this one input star. Let me change it to input style and see instead of input styles. Okay. I guess let me maintain that one for now. Okay. Okay, great. So we have the countries. Now let's have this down part here. Okay. Okay. So now below here, I'll just paste this. Now this is a div of full width flex item center justify center with padding top of 10. And inside it, we have another div, right? And this div will have a paragraph and a span tag. Okay, so the paragraph, it's for the appearance, and the span tag is customized, just put any text there. And here we have a select tag, right? To select the theme that you want. There are two options, dark and light. Okay, and when you select it, it will toggle the theme by passing the value to it, right? Okay, so we can check. So now we have this here. If I change it, the theme will be toggled, right? Beautiful. Okay, great. And the next one will be okay, down here will be this one. We'll also have another div, and this div also have divs inside, which is for the language. I mean, this yes, it only supports one language, so there's only English, right? Yes, we did not implement any other language. So you can take it further and implement languages. Then we'll also have the bottom. Okay, so I'll place the last one, which will be this div, which has two bottoms. So make sure it's imported. Okay, the bottom is imported with a variance of outline. Loading, we want to, and the type is reset, right? And the text is reset, and also this for to save it. So if I save it and go back, okay, so I have this reset and save here. Okay, great. So okay, that's fine. So the bottom type is submit. Okay, so and on submit we will do this. Okay, no, why is it? Okay, great. So we have our on submit function here. Great. Okay, so let's work on the on submit. So if the user click on submit, I'll just what we're going to do is just going to save all the information, and we have done this again and again, so you are aware of it, how we do it. So I'm just going to copy and paste it, then we go over it. So when we click on the on submit, we are going to set the loading to true, and we form a new data, right, by using spreading the old data and attaching the countries to it, right? We spread data. Okay, let's spread the values. Great, which is this one. We spread the values and attach the countries to it, because the countries will go into the selected country here, right? So it will not be part of the use form values that we are getting. So we attach this. Then now we go into use our API, right, which is a put request. We go to users, then / the ID, and pass the data. And if the user exists, means that we have it back. Then we just pass spread our user, get the old token. We don't have to create a new token. Get the old token that we have from the user here, and attach it to the new user information. We set the information to the local storage again. Then we bring a toast message that the information has been updated. Okay, so that's pretty simple. We can try it and see. Okay. Okay. So route not found. Route not found. Okay. I don't know, but let's try it and see. I want to believe we have the endpoint. So we can go back to our backend, go to the routes, and go to the index here. So we have user, and in the user route, we have // okay, so the put request, it does not accept the ID. Okay, great. So we can remove the ID from here. Great. So let's try and see if we can update it. So I'll put the name here, code wave test. Okay, phone number, I'll put anything here, and I'll select country. I selected any country. Okay, and just press on save. Okay, so it has been saved. Okay, so maybe we can do it like this. So in here, okay, so if loading is true, right, we'll have a loader, right? So we can say bi loader. I think there is a loader like that. Great. Else then we show the test loading. Great. So this, let's give some class. Sorry. It will animate spin, and the test should be white. Okay. I think that's all. Let's go and see. Test new, and let's see. Okay, so yes, loading. Great. Now let's talk about how we can change the information. Let's see if the information persists. Great, it's still there. Okay. Okay, so now we are done with this. Let's go here. Great. Verse 1, how we can have this. Okay, so inside the same component, we'll create change password.jsx rafc change password. Great. Import from here. Great. Okay, so that one, it's going to be simple. So if you check here, right, we are just going to have 3 input fields, which is pretty simple. Okay. So with that one, you know how we created forms. Okay, so I am just going to bring this. Okay, so in here, I'll bring this. Okay, so we are getting these values from the use form again, React hook form, imported, and also a use state for loading and set loading. And here also we have submit handler, right, which gets the data, right, and we just use this to change the password. And let's check our routes. Change password. Okay, I think it's same. So change password, and if it's successful, we give a toast notification, right? Okay, you are aware of this drill. Okay, so in here we are also going to have a form. Okay, so let me use this div and just give some padding top of 20, right? And inside this, I'll have a form which will use the onSubmit. And onSubmit, I'll call the handle submit and call the and pass our function of submit handler, submit password handler to it. Okay, great. Now inside we will have these inputs. Okay, so first we have a div and there is a text of change password and also a description. Let's also use the input field that we have. Okay, here we can also do disabled when it is loading. Okay, great. We have a placeholder. Okay, so yes, so we have it this way, and also this one. So we can also bring this also here. Okay, and the same for here. So we have so this will be the current password, this will be the new password, and you confirm the new password. Okay, great. So yes, pretty simple. Okay, and below it we also need to have the bottom. So I guess I can just go and copy from what we have down here. Okay, I can copy this and bring it here. So below this, but still inside the form. Okay, I can put this, import the button. Okay, great. And make sure you import the icon also. Okay, so when you look down here, so now we have this, and that. And I think we will need a bit of spacing between them. So I can say space y of 6, and let's see. Great. So here 1, 2, and 3. I think it wasn't applied where. Okay. Oh, okay. So let me also give padding top here. Some margin top of 10. That's the work. Okay, this goes. So let's level with this one. So here space Y. The space Y, it's not working. Okay, great. I need to apply it here instead. Okay, let me apply it to this. The div that encapsulates the various inputs. Okay, great. So okay, so this one, I think the validations were not working. So let's see. Okay, so here we're using the error if they exist. So let's go and check this one. The validations were not working. I'm not sure it was working. Okay, so let's see. Okay, error if it exists. How are we doing it here? Okay, so let me just copy one and bring it where here. This is contact. So I'll get this and this contact if it exists. So let me go try it. So now I remove contact and see this. I thought it not work. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, register. Oh, okay. We did not make them required fields here. Yes, that's why. Okay, we can make them required field like by giving a message, right? So if you see from here, you see that if it's required, right? So we can make it required by giving something like this and saying required. Great. Then the message that contact is required. Great. So if I go and I don't have contact and I try to, you can see now this is required. Okay, so you can do it like that. So I'll just put in a number there and change the password and see. Sorry, update that. Here, I don't remember my old password. Let me try. Okay, and a new one. I'm just gonna put any random numbers. I'm not sure. Current password is required. Okay. Okay, so let's see. We are here. Okay, so this submit. Okay, save. Or I can just say change password. Change password, which is a submit. Okay. Great. So on submit, we are calling this function, which is here. Okay, so let me try to console log the data and see if it's working. Because if I data, okay, because I have not seen it submit when I click on that. Okay, so let me reload. Okay, so if I put values, click on this. So new password is required. This is also required. Then something must be wrong, meaning we are not even getting the values. Okay, so if I check from here, the console, the values are not getting logged. Okay, receive false. Okay, so let's find out why I made this mistake here. I need to spread the register. Okay, so spread the register here. Great. I need to spread the register function. Great. Okay, so let's go see. So if I put values and place, send. Okay, so now I think, yes, saying that the values does not match. Okay, great. So if I put, okay, so I think now it matches. It's loading, and okay, invalid current password, yes, which I believe it's true. So I'll now put the correct one and see. Okay, and let's see. Great. So now password has been changed. So I'm going to log out and try to log in again with my old password. And see. Okay. And let's see if it goes through. No, wrong. Okay, that's great. So meaning it's working perfectly as it ought. Great. And the new password works. Okay. And you see the currency has also been changed. I don't know which country we chose, but it has been changed. Okay. So now our settings page is also done. Oh, okay. We need to apply the styles, right? Okay. So we need to apply the styles to them. Okay, so class name, I'll put this one here. I'll put this one also here. And I'll put this one also here. And let's see. Great, great, great job. Okay, so now let's go to account. Okay, so now let's move to the accounts page. So let's see what we're going to do. This is the account page. Okay. Oh, no account. Okay, so we should be able to create accounts like this. I think I logged in into a different account and put initial deposit kind of, right? Yes. We just want to use this to improve our UI skills and also our CRUD operation skills, right? Okay. So we should be able to create an account. And if we have accounts, also this, we show them like this. So this is what we're going to do. Okay. So let's, great, move on. So I'm going to close all of them except this. Okay. Okay. So accounts. Great. So we go move to accounts page here. Okay. There are a few things I want to bring, right? Those are various use states, which I don't have to type them again and again. So here we are getting the user from our state, which I need to import from our store. And we have it opened, right? To check the dialog. And we have another one for the is top up open, right? So the top up dialog also has its own state. Okay. Then we have also transferring money. So there are a lot of pop-ups here. So this we have also the selected account, the data, and the is loading. Okay, great. So I'll make sure I import on this. And I also want to bring the various icons. Okay, so there is a crypto icon, there is a Visa card icon, cash icon, as well as paper icon. So let me make sure I import them. Okay, so based on which type of account, right? I told you, then we'll select the icon. For now we are only restricted to having only 4 icons. Okay. Okay, so let me also bring the information to fetch icons. Okay, so here we want to fetch all the fetch all the accounts. So we'll go to it's a get route. So we'll bring our API and just go to /accounts, right? If you remember from our back end. And if it exists, we set them to the data, right? If an error occurs, also we bring the error here. Okay, great. And in our use state, we are calling the set loading and fetch all the account that exists. Okay, so when we are fetching, right, loading will be true. So when the loading is true, we'll return, I think we have a low. Is it a loading or a loader? One of them. I don't remember, but I think it's one of them. There is a component, a loading component. Loading component here. Great. This. So let's bring this. Let's. So let's. I don't know why, but okay. If it's important. Oh, okay. It's already here. Great. So if it's loading, we need to show that. Okay. So now you can see it's here. Right. Okay. Okay. So when there is no great. Okay. So when the loading is done, we need to show the various accounts that we have. Right. Okay. So let's bring this. Sorry. Let me first make this as a fragment, right? So that we'll put the various pop-ups or dialogues later in there. Okay, so class name, this is going to be width of full and PY of 10. Okay, so inside it we'll have another div which will have the title, and I believe you are aware the way we have been doing the title, so I'll just copy and paste it here. Okay, so we have this div, right, with flex, item center, justify center. Then we have the title which says account information, and we also want to show a bottom to the right. Yes, to the right. So we have a bottom, and the bottom will set is open to true, right? And these are the stars of the bottom. Okay, and we have the add icon. So I'll import this, and also a test says add. Okay, so loading. Oh, okay, the issue is from here. So when it's, I think the name is loading. Okay, so when it's loading is true. Great. So we have account information and the bottom here. Okay, great. So here, this part is done. This part. Okay, so below it, let's see if data dot, right, the length. Now, if the length it's equal to 0, right, we'll have a message, and the message will be that no account information found, right? Great. So we have a div. Then with the span tag that says no account information found. However, if the account information exists, right, then we come to this side of the div, right? Okay, so we can turn this to a div with a class name, of flexful, and we're going to use grid, and grid calls dash 1. So on small screens, the grid columns will be 1, right? On medium, grid columns will be 3, from 3. Okay, great. And on 2XL, we'll have grid columns of 4. Okay, and pattern Y of 10. Great. And a gap of 6. Great. Okay, so you can format the columns according to your preference. Okay, now let's map over the data. Great. So we'll receive each account an index, right? Great. Then we'll save this and instantly return a div. Great, like this. Great. So the parenthesis needs to be 2 here. Map 1 needs to come down here. Okay, it ought to be like this. Great. So here, let's give a key, and the key will be the index that we are extracting. Great. And inside here, we'll have another div. Okay, but before then, let's give some classes to this one. Okay. So this one will also be width of full. The height will be 48. It should be flex. A gap of 4, and a BG of gray dash 50. On dark, it should be slate dash 800. Great. A pattern of 3, and rounded, and also shadow. Oh, my bad. Shadow. Okay, great. Now this div will also have its own class. So inside this div, we are going to have our icon. So we'll call the icons, which is up there, icons, right? And we'll pass the account, right? Account name. Okay, account dash name. Okay, we'll pass the account name, and we'll make sure that it goes as a lowercase. Okay. Great. It goes as a lowercase, right? To avoid we're not getting the icon because the names here are in lower cases, right? Okay. And now I don't think we'll see any information. Oh, okay, we have one card. We have one card. Okay, yeah, the reason we have one card is that on render, you can only create one Postgres database. So the finished one as well as the one we are working on now are using the same database. That's why we have one card, even though we haven't created an account here, but we still have one here. Okay, great. So don't be surprised. Okay. Now when we have the icon, now we have another div, and this div will also have classes, and the class will be space of y of 2 with a width of full. Okay. In it, we'll have another div, which will also have another div. Okay, so there are a lot of divs in here, and this div will house a paragraph tag, which will bring the account underscore name. Okay, so now let's start the first div. So the first div will be flex items, flex item to center, and also justify to between. The second one inside will also be flex and item of center. Okay, let's check this one. This one will also be classes will be tests of black normally, and on dark, the test will be dash white. The test size should be 2XL with a font of bold. Okay, great. Okay, so we have it here. Okay. Now, after that, we want to have two things inside it again. So I'll just copy them. Below the paragraph tag, we'll have these two. This is an icon, great, and this is an account menu, which we'll create shortly. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me remove this first. For now, I don't know if I. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now we have it here like this, right? Great. So we are going to create this icon menu. Okay. So I'll just copy, paste it then. We'll work on it. Okay. So this icon menu, I'll just bring it into the components here. Okay, great. So we are using the headless again, right? We are using the menu button, menu item, and menu items, as well as we're using icons. Okay, all these are icons. And now we're importing our wrapper, right? Our transition wrapper, which is here. Okay, great. And so this menu icon will accept add money and also transfer money. Okay, you accept these two arguments. So we're using this, and there's an icon, right? We'll wrap it in the transition wrapper. Then there is, okay, transfer money, right? Which will accept this function, right? On the click function, and also another one, which is for this one. Okay, I don't think we're even using this active, so we can remove it. Okay, great. So it's a very simple menu thing from that I copied. Okay, so let's make sure it's here. Okay, so we have the menu here. So when we click on it, great. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so beneath the menu card, right? Beneath the menu card, one div down, we need to have a span tag. So I'll just break these two of them. We have it like this, and this span tag and a paragraph tag. This span tag will render the account number, and this will render the account, the created at date, right? The created at date. Okay, great. And we are just formatting it. This is just to properly format the date. Okay. So, okay, I want to believe our app has crashed. account. Oh, okay. I need to import the max account number. Okay. I believe you remember that function of function. Great. So we have the account number here and the date it was created at. Okay, just as we have here. So now we have these two, okay, which should be very simple. Okay. Okay. So below this paragraph tag, we're going to render the another div which will have a paragraph and a button, right? The button is to add the account, and this is to also show the amount, right? So I import the format currency. And these two functions, I'm not sure they exist, right? So when the user click on add money, we need to handle this function. And when the user also click on transfer money, right? But for now, I'm coming. It should, I don't know, it should work. Okay, so now we have the amount here, right? And these two. Okay, if I click on this, I think we'll get an error because the function does not exist. However, let's go and create it. Okay. Okay, so the two functions are cons. Why not just okay? Okay, so I have these two functions, right? Handle open add money, which will set the selected account, right, to the account ID because we received the information here, and we'll set its open top up to true. And when we also want to transfer money, we'll also do same, get the account information and set its open transfer to also true. Okay, so now let's work on the various dialogues. I will just want to bring them, then we'll work on them one after the other. Okay, so below all of this, so I can toggle it here. Great, below all of this, right? So we're going to have three of them, right? Add account, add money, and transfer money. None of them exist for now, so I'm going to comment all of them. Then we'll begin from add account. Okay, so with the add account, I'll go into here and add dash account.js rafc add account. Okay, so I think I can now import it. Okay, by importing this from add account. Okay, so add account here, there will be 4 types of account. You can add as many as you want. Okay, and this function will also accept that is open. It will also accept set is open. There's also going to be the refetch function. Okay, so that whenever we add an account, we just call the refetch to fetch the data again. Okay, and I'm going to bring some state variables. Okay, so here I'll also bring the state variables and also the user information. So fetch user from our store, and also this from React hook form. Also, okay, so here we have a function called generate account number. Okay, so here we'll generate account number, right? So it should be while the length should be 12, so it should be less than 13, right? So while it's still less than 13, we'll continue to generate using the UID version 4, and we'll remove all alphabets from it, right, and make it only numeric, right? It should be only numbers. I'll just bring it. Okay, great. So we generate a new account number. Okay, and we also have the selected account, right? Which type of account the user want to activate. I am using activate because we have default account. Okay, great. Okay, so here we can have a function to close the form. So function close modal. Okay, so something like this to set is open to false. Okay, that's all. And here we'll also have the cons on submit. Okay, great. It will be an async function. Great. So here, what we are going to do is we're going to have a dialog. Okay, so we have a dialog wrapper already. So I'll just import it. When you go into the wrappers, there is a dialog wrapper, this one, right? So I'll just have to import it. So dialog wrapper, I believe dialog wrapper. Oh, that's not coming. I don't know. Okay, let me import it here. Import dialog wrapper from, no, it should be dot slash wrapper or wrapper. Okay, slash dialog. Okay, great. I believe it's this one. Is it a default import? Oh, okay, it's a default import. So let me remove this. Oh, okay, great. And inside it, we'll have another the dialog panel. Okay, so the dialog panel will be coming from, it has a lot of classes, that's why I copied. It's coming from headless UI, right? And inside the panel, we'll have the title. We have the dialog title. So the dialog title also from headless, with classes, it act as H3 with these classes, right? Okay, so let's see if we're making progress. So if I click on this, okay, great. So we have it here, add account. Okay, beautiful. Let's continue. Okay, so inside it, we are going to have a form. So after the title, we're going to have a form. Okay, we don't need an action. We need on submit, which will be on submit. Oh, nah, it will be handle, my bad. Handle submit, they will pass our on submit function. Okay, let me also give a little bit of class names. So space of y of 6. Okay. Okay, so we're going to have a div again inside this. Okay, so flex score and gap of 1 and margin bottom of 2. Then we have a span tag, yes, a paragraph tag that says select an account. Okay, so I'll just copy this one, the select options. Great, so select an account. Okay, so select account, we have a select element here, which we are mapping over the various accounts that we have up there, right? And these are all the classes. You can just pause and type it. And whenever we select an account, the selected account, it will be equal to that account. Okay, great. So if we check here, you see now we have this. Very beautiful. Okay, great. So when we select an account, okay, let's bring up a condition. Now, if the account is already created, we don't have to create one again, right? So now the user of information will come with accounts, right? All the account that the user has created. So if the account is created, we are just doing some checks in the front end here. Also at the back end, we check if the user already has that account, right? So if the user has the account selected is created, we want to show this, that's say that account is already created. So I'll import this icon. That will give this message that the account is already created. Try another one. Okay. Okay, great. So I know cash account is created. So if I select cash account, I don't know which account is created. Cash. Okay. Let me reload and see. Okay, if I select cash. Okay. I don't think it's working. So let's check out and see if the user, let's console log the user. And let's also check console log the selected account. Okay, great. So I want to believe, let's see. Okay, so we have the selected account, the selected account as cash, and the user accounts has accounts. Okay, and the account is now. The account is now here, right? The account is now. I don't know why. Okay, let me go check from here. I don't know. Let me see. Okay. Let me check from our database and see. So this is our database and this is the account table. Let me script it. View. Okay. So the user ID one has an account here. Okay. Okay. So the user ID one does not have an account, but the user two. So which user are we? I guess we are user two. Okay, so the user two does have one account. Okay, which the name is code with test new, and okay. So if I go to profile, okay. So yeah, so that's the account. We have one account, right? That's good here. So why are we not getting the account? Or should I log out and log in again and see? Okay, good. I guess a logout made it work. So now you can see the account. There is a cash account here. Great. Okay, so if we have the account exists, you see, we'll see this message. Unless I select a different account. If I select the cash, you see that this account, yes, already exists. That's great. Okay. Now I can remove this too and go here. Okay. Okay, great. We are here. Okay, so if the account does not exist, what are we going to do is this. Okay, so if the account does not exist, then we need to show the input, right? Okay, so I'll call the input, okay, and pass these fields. So the name will be account name, there'll be a label, this, and the register I'll also spread the register, great here. And I can also put the class name of input star. Yeah, like this. Okay. So if I select a different account, now you can see there's this one. And now the account number also exists. You can also put any account number of choice, right? That is, if you don't want this account number, you can put any account number of your choice. Okay. So I will just duplicate this. And here we have a problem. Now, because we want to return, we should return one component. So I'll wrap this in a fragment, right? Great, like this. Okay, and the next one will be number, will be account name. Sorry, yeah, no, the amount. Great. So the first one is the account number here. Will also be type of number, and it will be the amount. Okay, great. And the third one will just be a button. So I'll just bring the button that I have. Great. Okay. Great. And the test will be create account. Yeah, whatever test you want to put. Okay, so here I'm gonna have loading set to be, it's either it's loading or loading. Which one? Loading. Okay, great. And sorry, disable. I'm gonna say it's supposed to be disabled. Great, to be loading. And the type will also be submit. Okay. And class name should be bg.violet-700 and a test of white. Okay. A width of full and a margin top of 4. Okay. And let me also do this, that if it's loading, right? If it's loading, it's true. Then I'm going to use the B loader icon, right? Great. Else, then I'll show the test. Okay, so here I'm going to give a class name of test-excel animate spin, and I think that's all. Now let me also give a test of white because of the background color. Okay. Okay, so if I click on this, great, account exists, and we have an error which is coming, which we can see maybe coming from outlet where reference bottom, it's not defined. Oh, okay, so bottom, the bottom is not defined. Okay, great. So I think it should be defined by now. So this, select this, and now we have this. So if I click here now, validation, I need to put the amount. I can't just send any amount. Okay, so if I put this amount, okay, so now let's go and work on the submit handler. Okay, so as you know, we have been doing that over and over. So I'll just bring it. So I'll just bring a submit handler, right? Okay. Okay, so here we are setting the loading to true, and we are creating a new data, right? By spreading the data and adding the selected account, okay? Whether it's cache or whatever. And let's import this. Okay, then we go to our endpoint account/create and pass the new data. And if it exists, if the information comes out successful, we would give a toast message and call the refetch function, which is passed here, right? We'll pass the refetch function. If an error exists, error, okay, we'll also show the error here. Okay, great. And I want to believe this function is passed to the form here. Great. So where is the refetch function? Now we are passing a refetch function here. That is the fetch account, right? So the fetch account will be called. That is why we called the loader here. We don't want to be calling, the loading again, right? That's why we place the loader inside the use effect. Okay. Now, if you check, you can see that there's also a key prop here. Now, there will be different key props, right? Yes, I want it to be unique. Now, if you want to forcefully mount the modal again, right? So that when you open the modal and you put in value, you close it and open it again, it will have the old value. So in order to tell React to destroy the old one and make it new, we use different keys, and the key will be time. So it depends on the time you open, it will be new. Then the React will create a new one. That's why. And this one will also have +1. So definitely it will be ahead of this. And this will also have +2, will be ahead of that. Okay. So let's try it and see if we can create an account. Great. So let's try if we can create a crypto account, and I'm just going to put 10 in it. Okay, initial amount is required. Okay, so I guess we have a challenge, and the challenge might perhaps relate to our register function. Great, I set it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I just need to spread it, and that's all. Okay, loading, and let's see. Boom. Well, see, now we have a crypto account created. Great. I told you we are using the same database, and I'm logged into the same account here and the same account there, right? So we also have it here. Okay. So now we've been able to create an account. Let's do this too. Okay. So it follows the same pattern or similitude. So I will just do a lot of copy and paste, right? Great. Okay, so we're gonna do this one. So I'll just bring this one down. Great. And inside the component, I'll paste the one I just copied. Okay, so we are also using the same things, right? Okay. And okay, so we also accept it's open, the same thing, and even the ID. And we are importing this from hook form. We also have some state, and there's also a submit handler here, right? Which does the same thing, goes to the account -add money, then the ID, right? Okay, great. So we are using the wrapper, passing the various information to it, and the title. also as add money to account, right? And the form with the handler. Great. And here I'm just going to spread the register function. Okay. And also do okay, so I think that one is just one button, right? Yes, to add the money or top up. Okay, so let's go and see if it will work. And we have an error of import currency function. Okay, add money to account. Okay, I think there is a function that we are not. Okay, yes, this one. Okay, and also I think we import this. Okay, great. And is the bottom also here? Oh, I think I need to make some changes to the bottom. The bottom will be this. Great. And we'll have the test. The test should be like this. Okay. So the test will be submit. Then we pass the amount the user entered, right? Yes. Using the watch function, we'll get the amount, right? Okay. So if the amount exists, then we pass the amount here. If it does not, we'll only show submit. Okay. So here, type of label, loading. Okay. Should be disabled, loading. Okay. And I can even give, I think the variant by default is outline. I don't know, but okay, let's see. What is missing? Format currency label. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I'm not sure it's here. Okay, let me try to import it again. Let me try to import this again. Okay, so it's API. Okay. I don't know. Maybe the path is also not correct. So let me try to import it again. Let's hope it works. This. Let me remove all unused imports. Okay, dialog wrapper. Okay, dialog wrapper. Oh, okay, it's supposed to be just /. Okay, great. Oh, my bad. Okay, great. So if I click on, is it add money or something? Yes. Okay, so we have here. I guess I should have changed the bottom. Okay, so this one should go away. I have this one, great, which should have a width of full. Okay, so let me cut all of this and remove this one. Okay, then bring it here. Great. So it says that amount is required. So I'm going to add 90 to make it 100. So now you can see that it says that submit, then the currency 100, right? That is beautiful, right? Great. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, great. Submit, then it goes through and it has been updated, right? And also, I believe this one should also work right out of the box. Yeah, great. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and you can also buy me a coffee if you find this useful. Okay, so now let's talk about a transfer. The same pattern. So I'll close this and close also this. Now uncomment this, uncomment this. Okay. And I'll just copy paste it, right? Yeah, to avoid time wasting. Okay, great. So here, the dialog wrapper. Yes, this time I believe I know all of them. Okay, so format currency, that one I've forgotten the path. I've forgotten this one, also the path. Loader. The loader must be just one. Great. And the use store. Okay, so I think I'll import them here to have the correct path. Okay, great. And all of these are there. Also here, we're setting the loader, creating a new variable, and adding the from and the to account IDs, right? Great. So if you watch the backend, you should know that we accept these values. Also import the API. Okay. So here we'll get the account balance. Okay, so we get the set account and the setter and the value itself, right? So here we'll filter the account. We'll filter the accounts from the account data because we fetched the account data. Let me toggle this. Let me show you where we're fetching it. Great. So we're fetching the account information from here. So when we fetch the account information, we pass this to the accounts data. Okay. So whenever we want to get a particular account, we want to get the balance in it before you can transfer. So we get the setter function and the value itself. So we go to the account, then we'll use the value here to compare and get that particular account information and pass it to set account, right? Okay, great. And this is also a function to close it. And this is a function to fetch all our accounts and its information. Great. And we are using the dialog with the title. And also we have the loader here. I believe it's imported. Okay, here we also have a selector. Okay, great. To show all the accounts that we have that we want to transfer from and the account we want to transfer to also. Okay, good. From here. Okay, I want to believe this also is imported. Okay, here. Okay, so now let's import the input field. Okay, so here, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so this will be the amount we want to transfer, and this is our bottom. Okay, so that one also, I'll copy this and remove this, right? Okay. Okay, so we'll also import the format currency like we did. Yes, great. And this should be disabled. Great. I believe we should be good now. Okay, let me reload to avoid error. Let me transfer. Okay, so that's not working. Maybe, yes, let's import it here. Save and go see. Oh, okay, it's up already. Okay, so I'm going to transfer from cash to okay, great. So we have an error. I'm going to transfer from this cash to crypto and we get an error. Let's go see. The error is that bottom is not defined. Okay, so I guess we did not import our bottom. So let's try see bottom. Okay, imported. My bad. Okay, so from cash to crypto, and the amount is I'm going to transfer 100 also, and just say transfer, and then the amount will show. Great. Let's see if it goes through. Great. And now it has been transferred. Great job. So now we are done with our account and we have been able to create an account. If we go to our dashboard, I want to believe the informations are fetched accordingly. Great. So we have incomes and various expense, and we have great job. And also our accounts are here, and this is also mobile responsive, right? So as you can see, very beautiful, right? Great job. Great. So now we have, yes, so we have created, I think, crypto, right? Let's see, is it, yes, crypto. Okay, let me make it big. So now crypto, so yes, we have crypto cash. Now crypto is not showing that it's an account created, but let's say we want to put an account, and let's see if we get, you see that it's an account already exists or created, so you can create it again even if the validation at the front end fails. Now let's go to the last component, then we just deploy our app and finish it. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, so let's continue with the transactions page, right? Okay, transactions page. So I can close all of this. and go to transactions page. So I hold auth and just click on it, right? And if the import is correct, it should take you there. Okay. Okay, so here I'm also going to bring the import statements, the state variables. So let me show this. Okay, so I have this using use search params from React router DOM. I have some use states for its open, and various things. And yeah, okay. So we have we're using the search params, right? The search param here to get the dates, right? And if there be any search value also, we want to get the from and the to date. Okay, great. Okay, so there are also a little bit of functions too. So let me copy them, bring them here. Okay, so let's start from here. Okay, so this function handles when we want to view transaction, right? So we just set the selected transaction and set its open view to true. That's all. This function also fetches the transactions, right? So the URL will be, our endpoint transactions, then the date from and the date to as what queries or parameters. Then if there be any search value, then we attach it as well. So the response that we'll get from this operation, right, will set them to the set data. And if there be any error, we'll console log them as well. Okay. And this also is to handle the search when the user click on search, right? We prevent default and now set the various informations, right? We set the parameters, the search params, then we call the fetch function. Okay, great. And there's also a use effect here. When the form loads, we fetch all the information, and let's also import our loading. Okay, great. So the use effect has a dependency of the start and the end bit. So whenever the date changes, we fetch the information again. Okay, very simple. Okay, so in this also, we're going to have a fragment. Then in the fragment, we'll have a div, which will encompass the other part, and the below will also be of the various pop-up actions, right? Okay, so width of full, and we want to give a pattern top and bottom of 10. Okay, and inside we'll have a div. Okay, so the div will have a flex column on medium, flex row, and the item to center on medium and justify to between, and margin bottom of 10. Okay, so I'm going to bring the title again. Okay, so the title is transactions activities. Okay, and inside we are going to have the date range and the inputs. Okay, so they'll go to the right of the title here. Right of the title. Okay, so we have the date range, right, which is a component we are going to create, and there is also a form for the search, right, which does call the handle search, right? Okay, and inside it is a div with the input container and an icon. Okay, and by the form we have a search button, right? A search button with the add icon, also to add transaction, right? Or add transaction, and we are calling it pay. You can give it a name of choice. And there's also this to export the data to Excel, right? So I think I need to import this export to Excel function. Okay, so let me just import the function here. We install the package, so if you install them correctly, you should have it, right? I believe it's there. If you go to your package.json, I think you will see export to Excel. Yes, ReactJs to Excel. Okay, great. So that will also help us to export all the data to Excel by passing the data that we have, and we are giving it a name of transactions, then attach the various date, right? The selected date range. Let's also import this icon, CI. Okay, let me go up and import. So import this icon from React icons -ci. Great. Okay, that's fine. So I can toggle this, and let's go and see if we have it working. Okay, it's loading. Let's hold on. Okay, there must be an error somewhere. Okay, so it says that the error, okay, error occur above the transactions component at transactions. Okay, reference date. Oh, okay. Okay, so the date range does not exist. So I'll just copy the date range and place it inside the component here. Okay, so the date range is just, we're using, we just have 7 days ago function, right? Coming from the libs, right? It's also there. We just got getting a 7 days ago function, date, right? Okay, 7 days ago. And we're getting the date range. So we get the 7 days search params. If there be any search params, we get them, right? We format it and get the various dates, right? Use a use effect to get the appropriate dates here, right? And we have an labels and input to show the various dates, to dates, from, and to. Okay, I guess if you watch the first part, you should be comfortable with that part because I think we did it there. Okay, so let's see transactions. Okay, so we have the various dates here. Great. And if we change the date, you see that the information is fetched again. Okay, then we have also the button to export and the button to pay. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's okay, I think I can just copy this. Yeah, the video is getting long, so I just want to copy and paste it. Okay, so let's go over this, a bit lengthy, but let's try. Okay, so there is a div, right, with overflow of x to auto, right? And we are checking if the data exists, if the data has a length. If the length is 0, we are going to say transactions, no transaction history found, no transactions, no transaction history. Okay, great. No transaction history. Okay, and if it exists, this will be the table. So we have the table, and there's a table header, right? Great. And there's also the table body. So the table body, inside the table body will map over the data that exists, and we have each table row with the various table data in here. Great. So we have the table row. Let me toggle the classes so you can see. We have the row, and we have the data for the date, right? The date of the transaction. We also have this for the description, right? And there's also this one, which is a bit lengthy. Okay, let me bring this one down here so you see it very well. Okay, so inside we have a div, and the div will check if the status is pending. We will show this icon, right, with a color of amber 600, right? And if it is complete, we'll show this icon also of color emerald 600. And if it is rejected, we'll also show this icon with a color of red 600. Then we'll show the status. Okay, great. Then we'll also show the source, right, where it was transferred from, or where the transaction was made from, right? And also this will be this tag will also show the type, whether it is an income or an expense, right? So if it's an income, it will be green. If it's an expense, it will be red. Okay, then we'll also show, right? Okay, so if it's an income, we'll show the plus, and if it's an expense, we'll show minus. That will give the amount. So let me also bring the format currency, then the amount. So yeah, then there's also a button here to handle a transaction if we want to transfer. Great. Sorry, to view the transaction, right? Great. So this is it. Yes, you can take your time and type it out. Okay, so now you can see that we have all the transactions, the date, the description, the status, right, the source, and the information. And now let's go to this one. Okay, so if I change the dates, it should be formatted accordingly. Great. Okay, so if I click here then I can make payments. Then I can also search something by hitting enter, and that thing does not exist. So if I can search for cash, and now you can see all things having cash will just pop up like that. Okay. Yeah, I can search something like transfer, I believe. Let's see, and you see transfers are here. Okay, that's a okay. So now let's click on, if you click on to view, you can see you can view this. So let's work on this. So in here we are going to have the so beneath this, within the fragment, we are going to have this too, where you can add transaction and where you can view. So let's work on this first, right? Okay, so it follows the same pattern like the ones we did. So I'll just copy and paste it inside the components. Okay, paste it here, and this should go one step backward. Okay, great. Okay, so here we also accept the data, the open and close, right? And there's a close function. And here to long date string, we just get the date and just format it to that string, right? Great. And also we get the time from the date, right? Great. So we get a date, we get a time. And we are using the dialog wrapper. There's a title, right? So transaction details. And here we have an icon to the source and the icon, right? Okay. And here is we have the date and the time, right? Okay. Sorry, this is the description here, the date and the time. Okay. Then we also have a span tag to show the status, right? Yes, whether it is, if it's an income or expense. So if it's an income, it will be green. If it's expense, it will be red. They will show plus or minus, right? Then we also bring the amount, right, by bringing the format currency. And there will also be a button to say, got it, thank you, which will close the modal, right? Great. So we can import it from here. Great. And if we go back, we can now click on this to see. Let's see. Okay, so if I click here, great. So now you can see it's from crypto. Because it's successful, you can see the check, right? And it's cash received from cash to crypto. And the date information is also here. And it is plus, meaning income, and got it here. So if it's minus here, okay, this you can see it's minus. Okay, great. So let's work on this pay, which is also in same format like the ones we did. So I'll copy it. Okay, place it inside the components here, and let's go over it. Okay, so okay, so we are importing all of this. Okay, loading, and okay, then we remove this and the dialog wrapper also here. Okay, so here we also getting the user. We get it's open in the refresh function. We get the user information. We use React hook form, the various states, and the function, right, to which goes to, we get the data. We also attach the source account, and we use the post method to perform the transaction, right, by sending it to our backend here, which goes to transaction/add transaction, then the account ID. And if it's successful, we populate the information and call the refresh function. If an error occurs, also we show the error. Okay, and this also will help us get the account information. We've done this again, and this will also help us to fetch the account information. And this is a use effect which will be called once the page load. Okay, so here, there is a select function which you select which account you want to make the transaction from, right? You select the accounts, and these accounts are based on the account that the user has, right? The user has created. Okay, so we map over them. Then the user will select which one he wants to make the transaction from. Okay, great. And if the account balance it's less than or equal to 0, you'll be given an information that you cannot make transaction from this account because you cannot transfer when you have 0 balance. Okay, also here, let's use our import, our input. Okay. Okay, so here will be the description. And this will also be the amount that you want to transfer, right? Great. And here we'll need the bottom. Okay, so Okay, and we'll use this same method to get the amount using the watch and the currency format function to render it accordingly. Okay, and this should be disabled. Okay, great. And that's it. Pretty simple. Okay, so let me also import that one here. Okay, great. So we can reload. Okay, click on this, and now here. So I need to select an account first. So if I select cash account, then we have an issue which says that I want to believe it's from the bottom. Okay, so the above add transaction component. Input field is not defined. Oh, input field, which input field? What input field? Oh, it's supposed to be input. 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 Let's see. Great. Okay, so now here, I think we can give some spacing, right? Okay, so between so here. Okay, so let me put a class here and see. So space y-6. Let's see. Great. So we have here, we selected cash account, which we have 900 in it. So let's say YouTube support CodeWave. Yeah, don't forget to support CodeWave. Okay, and I'm going to transfer 500. You don't have to support me with all your money. Okay, that's just by the way. So say confirm, right? Then I click this and let's see. It goes through, then it is here, right? Okay, let's try again. So cash, now I have cash. Now I have 400. Let me try, say, another support. And I'm going to put 500 again to see if it will work. Okay, so if I click on this, let's see. Okay, so transaction failed, insufficient account balance. So you can't transfer what you don't have, right? Great. And let's see if also the various dark themes work. Great, it works perfectly. Okay, so let me tell you about the export function, right? So the export, I think I told you the export. Okay, so we are using that React to Excel, right? So you just have to call the function, right? Export to Excel, right? You call it as a function, you pass the data and you pass the name, right? If you don't pass the name, it will give a default name. And that one has been imported from export to Excel. It's somewhere here. Yes, we are using this library. So let's try to see if we can export it. If I click on this export, now you see it has been downloaded into my file. And you can see the date there, right? Great. And it will open like this. Great. Okay. So I pretty believe that we are done. Yeah, okay, let's see. The graph is also here, very nice. And let's see its responsiveness. Okay, so mobile friendly, right? Mobile friendly. Everything is here. Yes, and you can scroll the table, right? You can scroll to the side like this. Okay, here, go to transactions, and everything is also here. Very nice. Great. Great. Right. You can also scroll, view. Great. Got it. Thank you. Here, where again, accounts, it's also here. And settings is also here, where you can change your profile information. Right. So very nice. Like this. Great. Very responsive. Okay. So don't forget to like and subscribe. Right. Okay, so I think, okay, here, so maybe we can do it that on the accounts page. So let me close all the others. On the accounts page, where we're using grade, grade here. So on medium, we can make it 2 instead of 3, right? Let's see. Okay, great. I think this one is 9. Great. You see, this one is 9. Okay, good. Okay, then this and everything works as it ought. So let's check it in its full glory. Let's try to create an account. So test account. test at mts.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Log in. So test at mts.com. Then I'll put the password. Oh, great. I'll put the password of this and see. Okay, great. So here, yes, fresh account. There's nothing in it. There's no transactions. There's no accounts and settings. We can also do it from here. So I create account. Let's see if everything will work as expected. Cash account. There's account number, and I'll put huge money. Okay, I create an account. Let me add amount to it and see this. Great. Let me create another one of paper. I put some amount. Great. Let me transfer from here, from cash to paper. Okay. I transfer 1,000 and see. Okay. Great. It went through. Okay. So if I go to transactions, I should see the transactions in here. I can make a transaction from cash, says donation, and it's also 1,000 from cash, $1,000, and let's see. Okay. It's yeah, it's working. Great. Let me refresh and see. Yes, beautiful. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here also then the informations are here, everything it's here. Okay, so now let's talk about deployment. Okay, so how can we deploy our app? Okay, so to deploy our backend, just click on create new web services, right? And select the repo from your GitHub. Okay, so I have my code pushed here, right? So this is it's here. So it's called pen expense tracker. So I'll just search for pen, this one, and just click this, right? So here I'll just add dash YouTube. Great. It's node. Yeah, there's it should be the same, right? Here I think it's still in the root folder or backend. Okay, there's backend. So the root folder, it's optional. I believe it should be backend. I'm not sure, but let's see. And here it should be npm install, right? Great. Here is also npm. The build command should be npm install to install them, and the start command should be npm node. Is it node index.js? Yes. Let's see. Let's hope so. Okay, and select the free version. It's enough to test your app, and you need to add environment variables, right? So go to your .env, right? Okay, go to your .env and copy your environment variables. Okay, so copy your environment variables. So I'll copy mine and bring them. So just click on add from .env, right? So paste them here. Is this one? Add. Okay, so it has been added, right? Good. So we have the database URL and the JWT, right? And just click on deploy. Which one? It says please use the relative path. Okay, so just / backend. Let's see. Okay, so it's working, deploying, I should say. So let's hope so that it goes through successfully. Okay, so it seems to be working so far. No error. It's deploying. Okay, so build was successful and it is deploying. Okay, let's hope so. Okay, so this will be our URL. So let's copy it. Once it goes successful, okay, it's successful. Great. So yes. Great. Server is running on port. A port number has been given to us, but that is not important. Okay, so here, let's close all of this. Close. Great. So now we can stop our backend server from running from here so that you know we are fetching from the hosted backend, right? So, okay, so we'll change this here and put this. So change up to the port number, right? So, okay, up to the port number. So it should be the URL /API/v1. Great. And let's go to the front end and see if it's working. It is still working. Okay. This is okay. This is the one. Let's try and see. Does it still work? Let's log out and see. Okay, so test at MTS. Let's see if I remember my password. And great, it's working. So we are in, right? So here, yeah, and we still have all our informations here. Great. So now we are using our hosted account backend. Great. So how do we deploy our front end? Very simple. Okay, we are going to use Netlify. So just do this, and all you have to do is npm run build, npm run build, I believe, run build, and we'll see this file here or build folder, right? We should see something like that. I think we have is it an error? Okay, so we have one somewhere here inside a particular component accounts page. Okay, accounts page minus, no, it's supposed to be great. How can we have -0? My bad. Okay, so let's build again. Okay. Yeah, creating a production build. So this, let's see if it's successful. Okay, so okay, let's wait and see. Okay, building, and now it's built. Okay, so let's go to our Netlify. Okay, so there's Netlify, and add new site, manual deployment. Okay, because we're just going to drag and drop it here. That's very simple, the simplest of all. So this, I'm going to bring it here. Okay, so I want to bring it here so you can see. Okay, so this is this file. Just drag and drop it inside. Just drag and drop, and it's online. That's all. Yeah. Okay, so processing is complete, and production deploy. Let's see if it's working. And great, now you can see. So let's have our test at mts.com and our password. Let's see if it will work. Great, great, great. So now we've been able to even fetch all our information. It's working as expected. Okay, so this one, why? Oh, we don't have any information. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. So we get it. So I just changed the date and information here. Search cash and crypto. There's no crypto. PayPal. Yeah, okay. So the search works. Can try and do anything. Okay, so I just say anything. $10, and it goes through. It's here. Great. So that's it. We've come to the end. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you find this information useful, kindly support CodeWave. There's also in the description, there's a main stack version where I use MongoDB. So if you want that, check the link in the description. Thank you for watching. See you.